Yeah, Leslie, how are you? Yeah, here's the manager of the Clearwater Threshers, also known as Hall of Famer Michael Jack Schmidt. What do you think? Your knees would have liked this, right?
Yeah, Michael, they would have. It's truly colorful. This thing's got baseball written all over it right here. The fans are close to the field. Every seat's angled toward home plate. Man, what a place to play. What a place to come watch a game.
You were looking at the dimensions.
Yeah,
from a hitter's perspective, do you like it?
Well, I like that 400 foot to center field. You know what's going to happen here is the right-handed hitters are going to be able to get the ball out in right field easier than the vet, and the left-handed hitters are going to be able to get it out in the left field easier than the vet. So there'll be more opposite field home runs, thus there'll be more offense.
You've been so involved with this organization for almost your entire life, and never more so than when the vet said its last goodbye, and now with the Clearwater Threshers and on opening day here at Citizens Bank Park. That day, you and Tommy, you turned over the keys to him. And
right.
What were your recollections of that?
Well, it was a memorable moment, obviously. Larry Shank and the Phillies did their typical classy job with putting that whole weekend together. And having it come in that moment where sort of like the power hitter of old turns the reins of the power hitting over and the leadership of the team over to the next guy for the next 15, 20 years, being Jim Thome. I was honored to be able to do that. I have that picture right now framed and in my office down in Clearwater. That's how much I enjoyed my relationship with Jim. He's a great kid, and I couldn't pick a better guy to take over.
Mike Schmidt, the manager. You missed tonight's game, right? You have a lineup card that you have filled out and everything you left, but you care about these guys like they're your own kids, right?
Pretty much. I actually left 2 lineup cards, one for a right-hander, one for a left-hander. I'll call on the cell phone to check on things as soon as I, go to the airport after this game here today. I'll stop there on the way home tonight and probably file a report on the game, and I can't wait to get back for tomorrow. I don't want to leave them alone for one game. Luckily, we won last night, so,
That's your first win.
Yeah, well, with me at the helm, now I didn't have to turn it over to a coach tonight and let him get the first win.
In terms of this ballpark, there's a statue of you out front. Yeah. That's going to be the meeting place for many, many people for years to come. Let's meet at the Mike Schmidt statue. What does that mean in your heart to have that tribute to you?
Well, surely it's a unique feeling. It's one that's hard to describe when you stand by a statue of yourself. I truly don't think it's sunk in yet, I mean, what can I say? It's really hard to react to that. Photographists did a nice job with it. I haven't seen the other 3 statues. I'm sure they're just as nice. I'm in a prime location, which is honorable. I'm flattered to be at what apparently is like the main entrance to the ballpark. That's pretty neat. I watched some people take pictures of it from upstairs in the administrative offices a while ago, and I guess maybe when I'm dead and gone, people will still know about me, right? Because of my statue.
It's going to be a while from now, let's hope.
Hopefully.
Yeah, I think you ought to go out there with the bat and just pose right in front of the statue. Do you think?
No, I don't think so. There's too many people out there right now.
It's not gonna happen.
But no, it'll be out there, and, I'm just honored to have the people remembering like they do.
And in terms of this ball club right here, this Phillies club that has struggled in the first 6 games of the season, starting pitching seems to have gone okay. The relief pitching has struggled. They haven't gotten to Billy Wagner but once, and obviously you want to see more runs. How are they going to get that done?
Well, it's rough to start off on the road with 6 games anywhere, and then have to go to the World Champions ballpark for 3 games and face their normally really good pitching. Boog told me, they're just not getting that big hit to open up a wider lead in a game, to give them a little freedom. They can't get that, that hit when they need it. They are getting a little lead here and there, but not able to hold it. It's early. The weather hadn't been that good for them. Got a cold day here today. They're the type of team that can survive a slow start. There's no doubt about it. We'd love to see them be 6-1 or 5-1 instead of 1-5, but just the way it is, they'll be fine. Get a few home games, get some warm weather.
Also a tribute here, a tribute all season long on the sleeves of the uniforms of the Phillies to Pope and Tug McGraw, and their spirit certainly felt around here today, isn't it?
Yeah, that goes to the family orientation and feeling of the organization. They're tremendous in that way. They really are. I mean, people running the team now were running the team or working somewhere within the organization when I signed my contract in 1971. It's still the same people, It's family, man.
Yeah.
And I wouldn't doubt when I'm long gone, maybe they'll put a little number of them, 20 on a sleeve for a period of time. They'll do that with everybody. They're just that way. They're wonderful people. They're warm-hearted, care about you, and I'm proud to be a lifer in the Philly organization.
Proud to talk to you. Great to see you as always. Appreciate it, Mike. Mike Schmidt, there are a few people who will bump the governor for, but you're one of them. He's
I
not
get to sit with him today.
He's not in the Hall of Fame yet. All right, thanks, Mike. Great to see you. With Mike Schmidt, we'll send it back to Leslie and Matt.
All right, thank you very much, Michael. And boy, what the fans would do just to see him take a swing out here. Michael Jack Schmidt at Citizens Bank Park. Really, it's too bad he never did get a chance to play here.
Yeah, and the way the ball flew out of here in the preseason game that Saturday, I believe it was, to left center field. Oh, can you imagine left center field for Michael Jack Schmidt?
Well, and the wind's blowing pretty good today. It's going to be interesting to see how the ball carries and what the wind, how it adjusts to the wind. I guess you really can't adjust to the wind, but how the wind affects the ball and if it will keep it in the park, because it is blowing towards us right now. It'll be interesting to see.
Yeah, and he mentioned the statue of himself and how it's a little strange to stand next to a statue. And, of course, we talked about, and can you imagine if there was a statue of yourself outside your workplace, I'd be holding a piece of pizza. Leslie would have a phone to her ear.
The things you talk about when you're listening to other interviews. Anyway, we're going to be back in just a few minutes on Phillies Pregame Live. Mike Rogers has the story of the architecture of Citizens Bank Park. The team's new home has a distinct Philadelphia flavor.
And if you plan on coming down to the Phil's new home on another day, we've got the Citizens Bank Park Guide for Dummies. Now, don't be offended. We say that in a good way. Everything you need to know when we come back here on Phillies Pregame Live.
It's Chevy Truck Fest with an unprecedented offer. 0% APR financing for 60 months plus bonus cash on almost every Chevy truck and SUV. Lower your down payment. Lower your monthly payment. Hurry in now for this unbeatable offer. Now get 0% APR financing for 60 months plus $1,000 bonus cash on almost every Chevy truck and SUV. Chevy Truck Fest. Turn the key. Start a revolution. See your local Chevy dealer today.
More and more of your neighbors prefer Grandview Hospital for superior maternity care. More than 50,000 moms have preferred Grandview Hospital for its many private rooms and family suites, special care nursery, 24-hour anesthesia services, and the security of a children's hospital pediatrician right at Grandview. People prefer Grandview Hospital because the more experience, the better.
Hi, I'm Joe, and I'm a procrastinator.
Hi, Joe.
But I've had a breakthrough. See, for years, we needed new windows and siding for the house, but I put it off. Then I heard about Empire.
Call Empire today for energy-efficient custom windows with self-cleaning glass and maintenance-free vinyl siding in a week. Save with our low prices, plus no payments for a year.
It's done. Looks great, and I feel good about myself.
800-588-2300 Empire.
Today.
Okay, well, I want to make a joke about it.
Well, welcome back. A programming reminder. Phillies Clubhouse can be seen Tuesday at 7 o'clock. Derek Gunn is your host. We'll take a look back at the official opening of this park. Also, we'll profile a former vet employee who returned to the stadium as it was being torn apart. Plus, we'll take an inside look at the Phillies' luxurious new clubhouse. Just to rub it in a little bit, this is a couch you don't have. This is a couch the Phillies do have. It's all Tuesday at 7 o'clock. You know, the Larry King of Comcast Sportsnet, it's got to be Michael Barkham. He's got all the good guests, Leslie.
Yes, Governor Rendell, this has been a dream of his since he was mayor of Philadelphia. Now he's the governor, and he didn't get a chance to make it to the preseason game. He is here for opening day. He was running a little late. I'm assuming, Michael, that's because he was watching his speed on his way here to the ballpark.
That's right, Leslie. Well, maybe I'll ask him that at the end of the interview, but let's not to start. I feel like it's a post-game live breaking out. We need Vaughn and Ray. We'll be set to go.
Terrell Owens.
That's right, which you have said. What's your impression of this place, your first time here?
Well, this is my first time, even though I'm, as you know, personal friends with Dave Montgomery, Mike Stiles. I never had a chance to come down and see it in the building. I wasn't here last weekend. But for someone who fought hard and didn't get the stadiums done, John Street got them done, but for someone who this was a dream for, couldn't have done any better. I mean, if you had planned the perfect stadium for us in Philadelphia, I don't think they could have done any better.
And obviously South Philadelphia Sports Complex, not the original choice of some, but certainly very accessible.
I agree. I still think it would have been better in Center City. Baseball lends itself to people walking to the game. But there's no place in America like our sports complex. Now what we need to do is build a sports hall of fame down here, build a few restaurants down here outside of the ballpark to keep people around when they come down to the stadium complex. Although I haven't seen Ashburn Alley yet, but I understand it's a fabulous place to come and eat and shop.
Yeah, not that you would be interested in the eating or the shopping.
How about Greg Luzinski's barbecue? That sounds like it was made for me.
And Keith Jones is going to have a corn boy pick. He's selling corn.
Is that right?
Yes, they're doing it. Where are you going to watch the game today?
Somewhere in the stands. I always like to watch the game in the stands, although it's cold, unfortunately.
Yeah. I'm sure you're dismayed by the Phillies start, but what do you make of a 1-5 start?
Well, it's a long season, Michael, and 1-5 on the road is not good, obviously, but it's a long season. And you know, the one thing this team is going to do is hit. When you have Tomey, Abreu, Burrell, Lieberthal, guys like that, this team is going to hit. So we're going to put, when it gets warmer, we'll put runs on the board. The encouraging thing is how all the pitchers did well the first time around. And Eric Milton looks like a great
Starters did great, didn't they?
Yeah, starters did great. And Billy Wagner in the one save opportunity was awesome. So I think this club's going to be fine. I actually think we'll blow by Atlanta. I think the Marlins, people thought because the Marlins lost 3 or 4 players that they were going to fold. Well, it's obvious they're not folding. And he shot Choi. If he hits 30 home runs, they're not going to feel the loss of Derek Lee that much. So the Marlins, I think, are going to be our big competition.
We might need you for Phillies postgame live. You could be a 2-sport governor.
I would never replace John Marzano. You know, a Temple guy who played for the Red Sox. You know,
that's right. Finally, Leslie and Matt wanted to know, did you take your time getting down here today?
Yeah, I did. But tell Leslie that her hubby, her hubby may have been, you know, I don't know who was driving me when we were clocked at 100.
Oh, okay.
It might have been her hubby.
Well, you know what? I think we should have just left it alone, Governor.
Leslie opened the door. Now she's got big trouble.
Great to see you. Thanks a lot. Governor Edward G. Rendell will send it back to Matt and Mrs. Kemp.
He's never been a speeder when I've been in the car with him.
All right, let's not go there, but I'll tell you this. That governor has 2 beautiful parks in this state of Pennsylvania.
Absolutely.
One on one side, now one on the other. And it's pretty funny, you know, all the talk leading up to is, will it be done, will it be done? The place looks fantastic. But we did see a guy with a hard hat and a few lug nuts doing something with the seats. I think it might have been a cup holder thing.
That's what he said. I said, what, the seats aren't bolted down yet? He says, no, I got to put a few cup holders in.
You got to have the cup.
You got to have a place for the cup. Well, walking through the Phillies' new home is almost like walking back in time. Kind of gives you a sense of what baseball should be like. Mike Rogers has a story on the architecture of this beautiful new park.
Brand new Citizens Bank Park is old school.
The Phillies have been around longer than any other team, 123 years.
People wanted us to celebrate our history, celebrate our past.
One of the design goals of the Phillies was to celebrate baseball, celebrate the Phillies, and celebrate Philadelphia.
And that is precisely what they did.
Ashburn Alley is my favorite part because it incorporates so much of Phillies history into it.
Indeed, the outfield concourse area not only pays tribute to his whiteness, it is also the home of Memory Lane.
You know, one of the great things about this ballpark is you're always in touch with the field, no matter where you are. And when you go out to Ashburn Alley, you're not really in an alley because you're in touch with the field. You can eat, drink, go to Bull's Barbecue, see Memory Lane.
That intimacy is reminiscent of the older ballparks, as are the Connie Mack-style lights. Harry the K's restaurant pays homage to the voice of the team.
Watch this, baby!
While murals inside reflect the historic parks the Phillies have called home. Philadelphia-style eateries are everywhere you look.
I think that the Phillies are happy with the building because they were so involved with all the decisions.
It just depicts Philadelphia in so many ways. It's what I say F-U-N. It's fun to be here.
And part of the enjoyment is checking out the fine arts. In the Diamond Club area are a collection of works. And on the club level, the Cooperstown Gallery is one of a kind.
there are 32 people connected with Philadelphia baseball. Some played for the Phillies, some played for the Athletics, and some were born or raised in Philadelphia, like Tommy Lasorda.
Then there's the Liberty Bell in center field.
And every television game that goes back to wherever it might be in the world, you're going to know that that game's in Philadelphia because that Liberty Bell is going to be up there in the eye of the camera.
The color scheme is not by accident either. It's all about Phillies red.
Thanks, Mike. Here's a look at the dimensions here at the new park. Right field, 330 feet from home plate. The wall is more than 13 feet high. The power alley in right is 369 feet away. Straightaway center, 401. And there is the short fence in center, just 6 feet high. And the deepest part of the park is the angle, 409 feet from home plate. Left field is the shortest distance from the dish, just 329 feet from home plate. Well, for years, fans have simply gone to a game, but now it's a different world. Actually, it's a different ballpark.
Yeah, it's a different experience, in quotes, right? It's now a ballpark experience. What's here? What's changed? What can you do when you come to the park? We present you now with Citizens Bank Park for Dummies. Here's Ron Burke.
The Dummy's Guide to Citizens Bank Park, a picture book filled with everything you need to know about the Phillies' new home. Chapter 1, Getting to Know You. You probably have figured out Citizens Bank Park is much smaller than Veterans Stadium. The $458 million ballpark actually would have fit inside the vet. On one hand, it's easier to walk around the 360-degree concourse. On the other, you probably don't know where anything is. That's why we're here. Chapter 2, Going to a Game. So you want to catch the Phils. Join the club. Your best bet is ordering well in advance. For tickets, call 215-463-5000 or check out the Phillies website. Of course, you can hit the ticket windows at the park, too. Chapter 3, Arriving. Congrats, you've got tickets. The park is located next to where the vet once stood at 1 Citizens Bank Way, which runs parallel to Broad Street. Parking is the same as it's always been. Plus, once the site of the vet is cleared, an additional 5,500 spots will be available. Arriving early or taking public transportation are always your best bet. Chapter 4, Getting In. Once you get to the park, there are 4 major entrances at the 4 corners of the park. 3 of the 4 have statues of Phillies legends. These might make good places to meet before the game. Chapter 5, Getting Some Grub. So if you're a fan of eating, there's plenty to digest. Tony Luke's will duel with Geno's for cheesesteak lovers. Harry the K's is open in Ashburn Alley, while McFadden's will be open year-round. For the kids, there's the Fanatic Food Stands. In total, there are 95 concession stands in Citizens Bank Park. The vet had just 60. Thirsty? There are 26 water fountains. And after all that food and drink, one of the 62 bathrooms likely would come in handy. Chapter 6, Enjoying the Game. The turf is gone, the grass is in, and the blue seats are angled toward the action. The dimensions are comparable to the vet. Chapter 7, Everything Else. And when the ball leaves the yard, turn your attention to right center field to the Liberty Bell. The 50-foot feature will rock back and forth and flash lights. You also must check out Ashburn Alley, which is the entire outfield. There you will find Memory Lane and a great spot to catch home run balls. Throughout the park is a collection of artwork. Chapter 8, for more information. As if this wasn't enough, you can get all kinds of info online about the Phillies' new home. Of course, experiencing the park is the best way to learn, but we've already covered that, so go ahead. Take yourself out to the ball game.
That's fantastic information, practical stuff. And here's something he did not mention. If anyone says to you, yeah, those blue seats, no. Sapphire blue.
Oh, yes. Very just everything's got a name. Yeah, you know exactly what's going on around here. Well, in Seattle, that's where Ken Griffey Jr. made a name for himself. He's now with the Cincinnati Reds. But back when he was in Seattle, he played with a guy that he called Johnny NFL. He's our post-game analyst, John Marzano, and those two sit down for a conversation along with Michael Barkan when we return on Phillies Pregame Live.
As far as for me, expectations, I don't really set any. I've always said if you get one hit, I want another one. And then at the end of the year, I'll look at it and say, okay, I had a good year. I was young at one point, and, I was on a veteran team. And, you know, those guys took me under their wing, and, you know, it's basically my job to help these guys. And, you know, with Adam and Austin out there, two guys that are 23 and 24, I mean, it helps me because I see the energy, the exciting, and so it helps me in the long run because now I feel like I'm a kid. I feel like I'm 23, 24, and I can run out there with those guys.
Well, it's amazing. You're heading towards 500 home runs, and you know, people don't realize that you have been injured the last 3 years, and you still almost have 500 home runs, and you're relatively young.
Relatively. You're older than I am, aren't you?
A lot older than you are.
Oh, yeah.
Then I'm young. You're older than I am.
Yeah, no, that wasn't such assertion, he said that.
Nah, you know, I had a chance to live a dream at 19, and that's to play big league baseball, and you know, I've just been able to fortunately stay healthy up until the last couple of years, but hopefully, like I said, this year it'll be different, and I can get back on track and have the people, you know, look at me again and say, hey, you know, I'm glad to watch him play, and I'm glad to go to the ballpark to see him.
Junior, I just want to say, you know, it was a privilege to play with you, and not only to play with you, to be, you know, one of my best friends, and I just wish you all the luck in the world, and hopefully you'll stay healthy this year, get over 500, and go for 600.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Great to see you. Appreciate it.
Allie, Whitey Ashburn continues to patrol center field. Richard Ashburn, his son, with us. Your thoughts on the statue?
It's a tremendous honor. I'm a little overwhelmed right at this moment, but the family was just unveiled, and
I heard
it's here forever, so we're extremely happy.
I heard you mention, how do you make a 9-foot statue look so realistic? You are impressed with the work of the sculptor.
Yeah, the artist really did a great job. I don't know how you do that, but he did a wonderful job.
What about the ballpark? Speaking of wonderful jobs, in your impression, we were talking a little bit earlier, you think they accomplished their mission of making it look like an old ballpark?
It does. It has a lot of old qualities to it. Everything obviously is brand new. It's beautiful. The Philadelphia fans are getting something they deserve.
How would your father react, you think, to this ballpark?
I think he'd want to play on this field. I don't think he'd want to broadcast here. I think he'd rather play.
It is a beautiful field. We know there's more than 40 members of the Ashburn family, many of them coming from Nebraska. You enjoy your day.
Thank you very much.
All right, Matt and Leslie, back to you.
Is a statue of happiness. A man who brought happiness to all of us as a player and as a broadcaster.
And there it is, Richie Ashburn, unveiled. Harry Callis there, good friend of his, longtime co-worker, best friend. Just an amazing experience here to see that type of emotion.
Well, and the whole Ashburn family has been flown in by the Phillies in order to see this day. Some 30-some-odd members, I believe, of the Ashburn family. And what a great thing for the Phillies to do, and what a great opportunity for the Ashburn family to see that they actually have a tribute out here to him, because it's obviously very deserving.
Sure, and it helps people who were not around for when he played, and most fans were not at this point, a sense of history. You know, we talk so much about the ballpark being for the fans and the experience, and the whole Hall of Fame wall and all that, but it gives you a little link to the past, and it's nice because you figure 20, 30 years from now, you may have a statue of Jim Thome up somewhere, and people will be asking, how good was he? People are probably asking that about Richie Ashburn.
Well, this game's going to be getting underway shortly, but there are a lot of pregame festivities coming up. As soon as we take a break, the players will be introduced. Matt Yoloff and Leslie Goodell here on Pregame Live. That address announcer is right now introducing the players. We take it down to Dan Baker.
The 2004 Phillies have been parading down 10th Street and into Citizens Bank Park, where they're being greeted by Steve Steinauer, Chairman and CEO of Citizens Bank, Pennsylvania, Mayor John Street, Governor Ed Rendell, and ladies and gentlemen, here come the 2004 Philadelphia Phillies!
What a unique experience, Leslie, seeing these players walking in through the stands. Pretty incredible. If you're sitting out there and you said, oh, you know what, I got a seat to the game, I got center field. See, oh, that's Jim Thome walking past me. Not bad. Kind of like what they do in theater sometimes when the cast comes to the audience. This is pretty cool.
Well, and something for the players to remember as well. You know, it may not mean as much to them right now as it will in the future because they're thinking about the game. They're thinking about getting the game started. They were running late this morning even, just trying to get in the batting cages with the rain and everything. But this is something they'll be able to look back on and think, you know, we were there for the first day. And I think they're starting to feel it. The fans are getting into it, and the fans can make some noise in this ballpark.
And you saw who led the procession of players was the big green guy, the Fanatic, and a lot has changed.
I thought you were talking about Larry Bowa.
No.
When did he turn green?
No, he's not green. The Fanatic is green, and you know, that's one of the things that was held over from the old place, and thank goodness for that, because truly still, when you see the Fanatic, even as an adult, you still say, that guy's pretty funny.
Well, and how great is it for the fans that we mentioned Larry Bowa? I mean, this is a guy who the fans remember so fondly as a player. You know, we've talked about Mike Schmidt, we talked about Richie Ashburn, but Larry Bowa is a beloved member of the Phillies 1980 team, and he gets to manage a team here. What a great experience for him as well.
3 parks for Larry Bowa, right? Connie Mack, Veterans Stadium, Citizens Bank. I don't know if he's the only one to hold that distinction. I don't know if John Vukovic ever played a game at the old place before the vet, but quite a legacy for Larry Bowa, and you know, the fans want to win here today. You know Larry Bowa wants and needs to win today as well.
Well, and there is a ball game, by the way. Randy Wolf is going to be on the hill. This is something he's got to be very excited about as well. You know, he's come up through the Phillies system. The Wolf Pack is on hand for him today. In fact, Randy has been a big supporter of them because of his support for him, and he actually purchased 11 tickets, so the Wolf Pack could be here today. Very difficult to get a ticket in this new ballpark, and he hopes to be able to keep them up and running every time he comes out to pitch.
Great gesture from one of the real good guys in baseball, Randy Wolf. You know, it's funny, you look at the Phillies starting pitching and you say, oh, how could they be 1-5? Well, the one thing they certainly have going for them is very, very, very good starting pitching, which tends to keep teams from going on extending losing streaks, Leslie. So I would think this thing's going to turn around real soon.
Well, and I heard Ed Wade say in an interview earlier today, he said, well, there's good news and bad news about being 1-5. The bad news is that we didn't really hit, but the good news is we're going to.
Yeah.
And I believe that. It's just a matter of when, and I think today would be a pretty good time to start.
I totally agree, and that's a perfect time for us to bring you to the opening ceremonies here at Citizens Bank Park, pre-game live. You've been watching that. Leslie Goodell, Matt Yoloff, we thank you. Enjoy the festivities, enjoy the game, enjoy a full day on Comcast Sportsnet. The game, post-game, Flyers tonight, doesn't get any better than this.
Yeah, Matt's going to Flyers too, so that's going to be it for us here on Pre-Game Live. Enjoy the game, everyone.
Bye.
It began in the mind's eye. A thought process started over a decade ago. But no idea is brought to life without effort, sweat, angst, and luck. The Phillies knew the road before them would be long and arduous. The thought of the end reward provided the fuel. They wanted the home field that felt like home. A place so warm and inviting that you could leave feeling entertained, no matter the outcome. They hoped for the day that their players would experience the feeling of fresh grass beneath their feet and breathe in the fresh air that only a ballpark can offer. This 21-acre lot, where workers toiled for nearly 3 years, where ceremonies were held to mark tangible mileposts, where the players posed and dreamt of what one day would come, is now a reality. Today is a home opener that will truly open a home. To Citizens Bank Park in Philadelphia. Welcome to Phillies Baseball Home Opener 2004. the Phils and the Cincinnati Reds. Harry Callis along with Larry Anderson and Chris Wheeler. It's a rainy, chilly day, but nothing can dampen the spirits of the ball players, the fans, the military, and us. Here at beautiful new Citizens Bank Park, Philadelphia Boys Choir performing for us. We have impressive opening day ceremonies, which we will carry for you. And the Phillies are back home and look to get on the winning track here at Citizens Bank Park. Randy Wolf will be pitching for the Phils, and a sold-out house here at our new ballpark, Citizens Bank Park. And there's always an aura of excitement on opening day. And my colleagues are down in the field to take in the activities down in the field. Chris Wheeler and Larry Anderson. Gang, what's going on down there?
Well, Harry, other than the rain, it's great down here. I mean, it is a little cold, it is a little miserable, and it is raining, but we're going to play baseball. The kind of neat, Andy, on this beautiful field, the way the players just walked in, the grass and dirt behind us, the kind of quirky features. And one thing you can't help but notice when we're down here is the energy coming out of the crowd.
Oh, no question. I mean, people were packed in here early as soon as the gates were open, and we went out to unveil the statues. At all the places, people were standing in line, just waiting to get in. There's tons of excitement. It's a beautiful park. I thought it was neat the way the players came through the stands in the outfield and came all the way across the field. That was neat.
As a player, when you come to opening day, now, of course, we already opened the season in Pittsburgh, but opening day at home in a new ballpark like this, what's it like for the players?
It's fabulous. I mean, anytime you open your season at home, I mean, not open the season, but you have your first home opener, it's a lot of excitement. You almost always have a packed house. Obviously, we're going to have a packed house here, but in a new ballpark, it's even better. There's a lot of adrenaline. I think, even though they were off to a tough start, they're going to be ready to go. I think you're going to see a different ball club starting today.
Well, we sure do want to play baseball here today. There is a lot of energy from this crowd. The fans want to get going. The players want to get going. And hopefully this weather will cooperate. Back to you, Harry.
All right, Wheels, thank you. There are so many things Philadelphians have to be proud of, and one of them certainly performing right now on the field, the Philadelphia Boys Choir under the direction of Dr. Robert Hamilton, singing America for us, and they are a Philadelphia institution that do just a great job. An honor to have them with us today on the opening of Citizens Bank Park. And Phillies PA announcer Dan Baker is handling the on-the-field ceremonies for the home opener 2004. The unveiling of the huge American flag. Ashburn Alley, left in center field. Before the game, we unveiled statues of Phillies Hall of Famers Robin Roberts, Steve Carlton, Michael Jack Schmidt, and, of course, His Whiteness Whitey Ashburn. And I was honored to be down there for the unveiling of the statue of His Whiteness, who is, I know, with us today. Philly Fanatic is ready for the 2004 season opener, home opener, and I'm sure so are the Phillies, anxious to start home, start a winning streak at home. Robin Roberts statue unveiled. Michael Jack Schmitz and the big left-hander Steve Carlton. Carlton, Schmitty, and Robin Roberts are with us today. And it's certainly a very impressive home opener for 2004 here at beautiful new Citizens Bank Park. And now Dan Baker, our PA announcer, is introducing the Cincinnati Reds, the Phillies' opponent for this 2004 home opener. Let's go down to Dan.
47, bullpen coach Tom Hughes. Number 49, hitting coach Chris Chambliss. Number 50, bench coach Jerry Narron. Number 53, first base coach Randy Wessler. Number 55, third base coach Mark Berry. And in the bullpen, number 72, bullpen catcher Mike Stefanski. Ladies and gentlemen, the Reds reserves for this afternoon's game. Number 4, infielder Ray Olmedo. Number 7, infielder Juan Castro. Number 15, pitcher Corey Lytle. Number 17, catcher Javier Valentin. Number 22, catcher Corky Miller. Number 26, outfielder Willie Mo Pena. Number 29, pitcher Jose Acevedo. Number 32, pitcher Danny Graves. Number 38, pitcher Ryan Wagner. Number 39, pitcher Aaron Harang. Number 43, pitcher Jimmy Hayes. Number 45, pitcher Todd Van Poppel. Number 46, pitcher John Riedling. Number 59, pitcher Todd Jones. Number 51, pitcher Phil Norton. And number 52, pitcher Brian Reese. Reds manager, number 12, Dave Miley. And now, ladies and gentlemen, here is this afternoon's starting lineup for the Cincinnati Reds. Leading off, number 3, second baseman, D'Angelo Jimenez. Batting second, number 11, shortstop, Barry Larkin. Batting third, number 30, center fielder, Ken Griffey Jr. Batting fourth, number 28, right fielder, Austin Kurz. Batting fifth, number 21, first baseman, Sean Casey. Batting sixth, number 44, left fielder, Adam Dunn. Batting seventh in the bullpen, number 23, catcher Jason LaRue. Batting eighth, number 6, third baseman Ryan Freed. And batting ninth in the bullpen, number 40, pitcher Paul Wilson. And now, ladies and gentlemen, let's meet the 2004 Philadelphia Phillies. Manager, equipment and team travel, Frank Copenbarger. These assistant equipment managers, Phil Sheridan and Dan O'Rourke. Athletic trainer, Jeff Cooper. Assistant athletic trainer, Mark Anderson. Conditioning coordinator, Scott Hoffman. The Phillies coaches, number 7, Gary Marshall. Number 8, Craig Gross. Number 15, Milt Thompson. Number 16 in the bullpen, Joe Kerrigan. Number 17 in the bullpen, Nick Billmeyer. Number 18, John Vukovich. And ladies and gentlemen, today, John Vukovich becomes the longest tenured coach in Phillies history. John Vukovich. And the last Phillies coach also in the bullpen, number 59, Ramon Henderson. Ladies and gentlemen, today's Phillies non-starters. Number 3, Todd Pratt. Number 6, Doug Glanville. Number 9, Thomas Perez. Number 13, Billy Wagner. Number 21, Eric Milton. Number 22, Jason Michaels. Number 23, Sean Wooten. Number 33, Ricky Lede. Number 34, Kevin Millward. Number 35, Roberto Hernandez. Number 37, Real Cormier. Number 38, Tim Worrell. Number 39, Brett Myers. Number 44, Vicente Padilla. Number 47, Amari Calamaco. Number 63, Ryan Madsen. The manager of the Philadelphia Phillies, number 10, Larry Bowa. And now, ladies and gentlemen, here is this afternoon's starting lineup for the Philadelphia Phillies. Leading off, number 29, center fielder Marlon Byrd. Hitting second, number 27, second baseman Placido Polanco. Hitting third, number 53, right fielder Bobby Abreu. Hitting fourth, number 25, first baseman Jim Toby. Hitting fifth, number 5, left fielder Pat Pearl. Hitting sixth, number 24, catcher Mike Lieberthal. And ladies and gentlemen, Mike Lieberthal is now the longest tenured athlete currently in Philadelphia professional sports. Phillies catcher Mike Lieberthal. Batting seventh, number 11, shortstop Jimmy Rollins. Batting eighth, number 4, third baseman David Bell. And batting ninth, number 43, pitcher Randy Wolf. Ladies and gentlemen, just after the closing ceremonies at Philadelphia Veterans Stadium, two very special members of the Phillies family passed away. They may no longer be with us, but we will remember them forever. Please turn to Fanavision for a special video tribute to Tug McGraw and Paul the Pope Owens.
Got it. Thrills of the day, for they come round again. The bills will be paid, and the pleasure will make all the day. That is to end. See you all when we get home, man. This is it. We're going all the way. That I wish I was home, laying around with my friends. The call of the wild, caution thrown to the wind. Far Your face like an ember glows in the dawn. But I want you to remember our wild deeds live on. All good times, all good friends, all good friends. Bills have to pay, or they come round again.
How we doing?
Bills will be paid, and the pleasure will mend. All good things gotta come to an end.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, we ask that you all observe a moment of silence in tribute to Phillies legends Tug McGraw and Paul Owens. Thank you. Now, we'll ask that you all please rise and help us honor America. At the completion of the anthem, there will be a flyover by the 111th Air Wing of the Pennsylvania Air National Guard, singing our national anthem, the internationally renowned Philadelphia Boys Choir and Men's Chorale under the direction of Dr. Robert Hamilton. Joint Reserve Base at Willow Grove, Pennsylvania, Coast Guard Marine Safety Office, Philadelphia, and members of the 56th Brigade, Pennsylvania Army National Guard. Ladies and gentlemen, please direct your attention to the skies over Citizens Bank Park, where very shortly you will see the United States Navy parachute team, the Leapfrogs, who will be
Well, opening day ceremonies here at Citizens Bank Park. Beautiful new Citizens Bank Park 2004. And a question for you, L.A. Does anybody... L.A., put on your headset. I'm going to ask you a question. L.A., I've got to ask you a question. Does anybody perform the national anthem better than the Philadelphia Boys Choir men's chorale?
Not that I've ever heard.
Really?
Beautiful rendition. Always outstanding.
And here come the U.S. Navy Leapfrogs with the opening ball. A little bit of wind up there, but I guess these guys can handle it.
If anybody can, they can.
U.S. Navy Leapfrogs delivering the first balls for the 2004 season, home opener 2004. And I'll tell you, this is a sold-out crowd and a very enthusiastic crowd. The weather certainly hasn't dampened the spirits of this sellout crowd. Listen to them. They have just reacted to everything going on down the field, and here they come. Wow. Kept his footing. I can't even keep my footing walking.
Really?
That's amazing. And here they come. Oh, man, right behind second base. That's amazing. With the winds, what they can do, the U.S. Navy Leapfrogs. Here comes the third one. Quickly followed by number 4.
Wow.
He lands right
Little
on his feet.
Pop-up slides.
Yeah. Always impressive, the U.S. Navy Leapfrogs. And the ceremonial first pitches will be thrown out by Hall of Famers Steve Carlton, Robin Roberts, Michael Jack Schmidt, and the son of my late great partner, Richie Ashburn. Richard Ashburn will throw out the first ball also. Oh, there are more coming. Oh, I thought it was going to be 4 and only 4. No, here, ooh.
Whoa.
Wow, he came right over the stands, but lands out in center field only perfectly. He'll land right on his feet.
That is amazing. Truly amazing.
Really. The wind the way it is today. Phillies will host the Cincinnati Reds. Long and storied franchise as well as the Phillies franchise, so it's only fitting the Reds are here. Leapfrogs are still coming here. Players impressed by these Leapfrogs are doing. The Phillies have always had very impressive opening day ceremonies over the years. Ooh, wow. He's coming down hard. And right on his feet. Wow. Amazing. He's just kind of hovering over the field here. Here comes another one with the Phillies banner. Landing right there in the outfield.
There comes one with the flag.
With the American flag. Wow. United States Navy parachute team, the Leapfrogs.
And notice how quickly that one guy went over and picked up the flag, got it off the ground.
Ladies and gentlemen, the United States Navy Leapfrogs. Now they're going to bring the ceremonial first.
U.S. Navy Leapfrogs doing a tremendous job here at Citizens Bank Park. Bulldogs will bring out the ceremonial first ball to the pitcher's mound. Leapfrogs are getting the applause of the sold-out crowd here at Citizens Bank Park.
One presented to Bud Selig, the commissioner.
Present these balls to Phillies and Baseball Hall of Famers, number 23rd
And Commissioner Bud Selig will be giving the balls to Michael Jack Schmidt, Steve Carlton, Robin Roberts, and Richard Ashburn, son of the late great Whitey.
And representing his father and 37 members of the Ashburn family, Richard Ashburn. Ladies and gentlemen, earlier today, the 4 statues of these Baseball Hall of Famers were unveiled at Citizens Bank Park. For an instant replay, check out Fanavision.
Michael Jack and Steve Carlton, all smiles. Robin Roberts, Richard Ashburn.
Great job on those statues. They are beautiful.
They sure are. Okay, Michael's cracking it up. Lefty doesn't need to crank it up at all. Lefty will throw a strike. Just depends on where he wants to put it. Lefty will put it. There they go. The first pitch is thrown by Steve Carl, Robin Roberts, Michael Jack Schmidt, and Richard Ashburn.
Nice touch by Richard Ashburn wearing the old jersey of his father. There it is.
All of the Ashburn family here today. The unveiling of Whitey's statue, and also many came from Nebraska to watch the unveiling.
You can't really say enough about what the Phillies have done with the closing of the vet.
Really.
And the opening of this ballpark.
Tremendous ceremonies. And we're about set for the official home opener. On the mound for the Phillies will be Randy Wolf. And he will be opposed by Paul Wilson for the Cincinnati Reds. Wilson has pitched and won a game. Wolf has pitched a game to no decision. So it'll be Randy Wolf against Paul Wilson. There you see him in the bullpens. And we'll be back with the starting lineups and the start of the home opener 2004 right after these messages. Phillies baseball is brought to you by Citizens Bank, offering the most 7-day branches in Philly. Citizens Bank, not your typical bank. By Southwest Airlines, over 2,700 nonstop daily flights to 59 destinations all across the country.
Grass and tending to that through perhaps.
The umpires are coming out. Only fittingly, Jerry Crawford will call the balls and strikes. Jerry, a local man, and Shag Crawford, his dad, was a great umpire for so many years. And we'll be back with the starting lineups for this afternoon's home opener right after these messages. It's the home opener at Veterans Stadium. Randy Wolf here at Citizens Bank Park. Paul Wilson, right-hander, will be going for the Cincinnati Reds. He's already 1-0. He beat the Cubs 3-1, going 7 shutout innings at Cincinnati in his first start. And we are going to start pretty much on time here on this rainy, cold afternoon. The Reds will also be in here on an off day tomorrow, and Reds will be here on Wednesday night and Thursday as a Citizens Bank Business Person Special at 1:05. And this one being sold out. There are tickets available for Wednesday night and Thursday afternoon's game. So you want to come out and enjoy the amenities here at Citizens Bank Park. 49 degrees.
Some light rain falling right now, and it's, you know, at this point, there's no question they'll try and play through this. Tomorrow's forecast actually not as good as today's. Now, this is not really that bad of a climate to pitch in. Randy Wolf said he'd much rather pitch in the weather like it was in Pittsburgh and like it is here today than pitch in the way it was in Florida, the heat and humidity. He said he'd much rather pitch in the cold.
Seems to be somewhat of a pitcher's advantage when it's cold. Hitters get stunned swinging the bat and fouling off pitches, sort of thing.
Well, that's Tommy talked about that with his broken finger. He said it doesn't bother him at all swinging. He said maybe when it's cold, a little ball up the end of the bat, he said kind of give you a little vibration, but he says it'll do that no matter what kind of weather it is if you don't hit it on a good part of the bat.
And the Phillies have taken the field for the 2004 home opener. Let's check the starting lineup for Dave Miley's Cincinnati Reds. D'Angelo Jimenez, the second baseman, leads it off for Cincinnati. Veteran Barry Larkin, shortstop, will bat second. Ken Griffey Jr. in center field is third. Austin Kearns, right field, batting fourth. Sean Casey at first base hits fifth. Adam Dunn, right field, batting sixth. Jason LaRue, the catcher, hits seventh. Ryan Friel, the third baseman, bats eighth. Paul Wilson pitching, hitting ninth. That lineup is facing Randy Wolf.
Randy Wolf coming off a start where he had a no decision, went 5 1/3 innings, gave up 4 runs, but only 3 earned. He threw the ball pretty well, I thought, in that game. Phillies offense has been struggling in this early going, the first 6 games, but the starting pitching has really been very good. Southwest Airlines scouting report on Randy Wolf. He's got to neutralize the lefties, which he usually does, and they got some power hitting lefties. He needs to have command of his off-speed stuff, and he had that pretty much in his first start. But the one thing he wants to try and do is avoid the deep counts and long counts and trying to get those hitters out in the first 3 pitches. Key State Chrysler Jeep keys to the game. And that will be beat off the excitement. There is a lot of excitement. You have to control your emotions, but actually you kind of let that crowd help you with your emotions. You make it work for you. The other thing is to get Paul Wilson early. Get to him early. Got a high earned run average in first innings of games last year, and once he settles in, he's much better.
Randy Wolf has good career numbers against Cincinnati. Lifetime, he is 5-1 against the Reds with a career ERA of 3.34.
Last year, 3-0 against him in 4 starts, with the better ERA than that at 3.12.
Second baseman D'Angelo Jimenez leads it off. He's a switch hitter.
Jerry Crawford goes out to tell Randy Wolf it's okay to blow on his hand, but you can't be sticking your fingers in your mouth.
So Wolf ready for the first official pitch at Citizens Bank Park. And it's a strike.
Now you see all the flash bulbs going off from the cameras. Everybody wants a picture of that very first pitch.
And they're retiring that ball, too, the first pitch.
Who gets it?
And that's a good question.
Randy Wolf, Larry Boa, Jerry Crawford.
And Wolfie jumps in front of D'Angelo Jimenez. No balls and 2 strikes.
Jimenez has been on base in every one of the Reds' 6 games. He's walked in each one of them.
Hitting 300 in the early going. A little bit high. One ball and 2 strikes.
Last year, Jimenez hit 290, but only 256 right-handed versus 305 left-handed.
That's a fair ball and a base hit. It's interfered with by a fan. Ooh, that's...
Mike Everett down the first baseline. Umpire throws his hands up. It's an automatic double at fan interference. Randy Wolf got ahead, left the fastball up and out over the plate. Jimenez just went with it. Second double of the season for him.
He'll go down in the books as picking up the first hit in official league play at Citizens Bank Park.
He doesn't really inside out that ball. He just kind of protecting the plate and goes with the pitch away from him and just inside the line. You can see the fan reach over the fence down there, and first base umpire Mike Everett throws his hands up in the air.
And here is Barry Larkin, 39 years young, 11-time All-Star. Just 2 for 17 in the early going. He'll try to hit the ball on the right side, which he does to move the runner up. Polanco throws him out, but Larkin gets his job done, moves that runner to third base, where with 1 out, it'll bring up Ken Griffey Jr.
Griffey's off to a pretty good start this year. Though he missed opening day with hamstring problem, but he's played in the other 5 games since.
Hitting .333 with a couple of homers. 8-time All-Star.
One of the reasons the Reds are off to a 4-2 start, 7 home runs, but that ERA of .250 and the bullpen has been outstanding for them. They expected their bullpen to be good, and they said it's even better than they expected.
And .226 average, not very high, but they have hit their share of home runs, 7 of them. 1 strike to Ken Griffey Jr. He'll be reaching a milestone this year, probably as 483 career home runs.
22nd all time in baseball.
How's it back and out of play?
Griffey Jr. hit the first home run at Great American Ballpark last year when they opened that.
Oh, to the count to Ken Griffey Jr. 0 away, 1 ball and 2 strikes.
Now you can see on the expression on Randy Wolf's face, a deep breath, and there is a lot of adrenaline out there. Trying to just settle himself down, settle himself in.
Ooh, wild pitch is going to score the first run of the game. D'Angelo Jimenez comes on to score on the wild pitch.
Like Randy Wolf really tried to snap off a curveball, but bounces it well in front of the plate. Lieberthal shifts over there, but that's a tough pitch to block.
So the Reds are on the board here in the first inning, 1-0. Wolf will clean the mud from his spikes. Jerry Crawford is going to go out. So D'Angelo Jimenez, the first hit officially at Citizens Bank Park, and the first run scored.
And Jerry Crawford's going to call the ground crew out, I think. Try and get him to get some diamond dry on the mound. Biggest problem out there on the mound for a pitcher when it's a wet day like this is you walk around on the grass. That's when your spikes get all wet. Then you get up on the dirt. Even if the dirt's fairly dry because your shoes are wet, that dirt will start to cake on the spikes. Phillies struggled tremendously on offense on this road trip, 1-5, and one of the reasons that 164 average with runners in scoring position. 52 men left on base.
Phillies overall team batting average is the lowest among National League teams at .225.
Actually, I think Montreal's lower, aren't they? Oh, Cincinnati's just ahead of the Vikings.
Cincinnati at .226 is just ahead of the Phillies. Let's check and see. Yeah, Montreal is lower. You're exactly right. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Ken Griffey Jr. Lays off the high pitch. It is a full count to Griffey.
Randy Wolf last year seemed to pitch on a lot of rainy days. He was a scheduled pitcher in a few rainouts. Seems like he was just a bad weather pitcher.
And his first strikeout of the game will come at the hands of Ken Griffey Jr. Round number 2, it'll bring up Austin Kearns. Kearns is off to a slow start, 4 for 23.
Randy Wolf, after a high fastball that Griffey started to go after, Wolfie comes back with the fastball middle of the plate, but just throws it right by him.
1 strike to Kearns. Kearns' lifetime against Wolf 0 for 5. And he has struck him out 3 of his 5 at-bats. Good off-speed pitch, had him well out in front.
Kearns struggled against left-handers last year. Didn't play it as much as he'd like. He was shut down last year in August with shoulder surgery, so he's still trying to fight his way back from that.
Got him. So the wild pitch cost Wolf a run. Otherwise, he would not have given up that run with back-to-back strikeouts of Griffey and Kearns. 1 run, 1 hit. No errors, none left after 1/2. Reds 1. Phil's coming to bat. Third, Jim Thome, first base, bats 4th. Pat Burrell, left field, hitting 5th. Mike Lieberthal catching, batting 6th. Jimmy Rollins, shortstop, hit 7th. David Bell, third base, batting 8th. Randy Wolf, the pitcher, hits 9th. That lineup is facing Paul Wilson.
Paul Wilson had a good start. His first assignment of the season, beat the Cubs. 7 innings, gave up only 4 hits and no runs. With a walk and 6 strikeouts. Threw the ball very well. Southwest Airlines scouting report, he doesn't overpower the hitters. He used to. He doesn't anymore after a few arm surgeries. Good control and good command. Got an improved changeup. He's mostly going to be 86 to 89 with this fastball. Kind of a slurve type slider.
Marlon Byrd, the first one to face him, hitting at 227. Wilson has missed parts or all of the last 3 seasons with shoulder and elbow problems. He was originally a first-round draft pick of the Mets in the '94 draft. First player selected in that draft out of Florida State. Ground ball back up the middle. D'Angelo Jimenez throws out Marlon Byrd, 1 down.
Balls on the ground here are not going to get through real easily. It's a thick grass, and they will eat up ground balls.
The Lucky McDonald's Phillies home run jackpot contestant today is Joe O'Connor of Rockledge, Pennsylvania. If the Phils hit a home run in the game, Joe will win $400 to enter the McDonald's home run jackpot. Visit your participating McDonald's for an entry form. Placido Polanco is hitting at 292. One strike to Placido.
Talking to Paul McCarthy before the game, and both of us saw Paul Wilson in Double-A, the Eastern League, and both of us said this guy was a can't miss.
First player selected in the '94 draft out of Florida State, so
he was throwing 95, 96, 97 miles an hour at that time. Now he's in the high 80s just because of those arm surgeries, but he's learned how to pitch, and a lot of credit goes to that man there, their pitching coach, Don Gullett.
Oh, where's he at?
High towering fly into left field. Adam Dunn waits for it, puts it away. And that's 2 down. It'll bring up Bobby Abreu.
Wilson, as we talked about, getting him early, got earned run average in the first inning versus after that. Once he settles down, he settles in, and he can be a tough customer. As I said, not overpowering, but he knows how to pitch.
Bobby Abreu off to a slow start. He is 2 for 22.
Larry Bowie juggled the lineup today after having Bobby in the 5th spot before.
He's got the left-handers, Abreu and Thome hitting back-to-back with Burrow hitting 5th. quickly tied this game and won.
I guess there's no question Bobby Abreu loves hitting that number 3 spot better than the number 5, at least this year. He has been struggling, and 20 home runs last year for Bobby. He's been out taking extra batting practice, trying to work on getting his swing back. Certainly had it back in that at bat.
So the first official home run at Citizens Bank Park off the bat of Bobby Abreu. Here's the guy at the plate that hit the first home run at Citizens Bank Park. It was against Cleveland in an exhibition game. So it didn't count, but what a bowl it was at the second deck in right field. Jim Thome.
So far, last couple teams the Phillies have faced have not put on as big a shift on Thome as they did last year.
Got a cut at it, fouled it back. 2 balls and a strike to Thome.
You see Larkin on the shortstop side of second base. Last year, most of the teams had their shortstop and second baseman on the right side of the infield. Third baseman was usually at straightaway shortstop.
Two balls and 2 strikes. Thome has faced Wilson more than any other Philly hitter. He's faced him 11 times. He has 3 hits off Wilson. 2 of them home runs. Line smash to right. That'll be a hit. Thome on his way to second base. Burns throw late. Double Jim Thome.
Boy, it's something exciting to see. It's this offense coming to life. Fourth double for Thome. Paul Wilson threw a fastball by him. The pitch before a little more in than that. This one is a little more out over the plate. Thome gets those arms extended, and he digs into second base. We said Kearns ended last season with shoulder surgery. Well, he's not throwing as good as he has in the past. He's still trying to get that arm strength back.
Here is Pat Burrell, and he smashes the ball to center field, flagged by Ken Griffey. Ripped by Burrell, but caught by Griffey, and that'll be it for the Phils. We quickly tie this game on Abreu's home run. 1 run, 2 hits, no errors, and 1 man left. After 1, it's the Phils 1 and the Cincinnati Reds 1.
There are still seats available in the new Citizens Bank Park. Join us for the Business Person Specials, April 15th and 22nd.
It's now or never. Come hold me tight. Kiss me, my darling. Be mine tonight. Tomorrow will be too late. It's now or never. My love away.
You want your car to last forever, right? How do you feel about friction, tightwad? Newsflash, pal. Over time, seals can bust. Hey, hey! Rings can blow. Don't forget metal to metal.
1 and 2 the count here to Adam Dunn. His 4 homers tied for the league lead. The Cardinals have 2 players with 4 home runs already.
Adam Dunn gives Chris Chambliss a lot of credit for his offense. And one thing with Chambliss, a lot of the coaches that Dunn had in the past have really tried to change a lot of things he's done. Chambliss just, you know, gives him little tidbits of advice here and there. He doesn't try and overcoach, and Adam Dunn has taken to him.
Just missed. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Albert Pujols and Scott Rowland each have 4 home runs for the St. Louis Cardinals that tie for the league lead.
I think they both had two home run games, didn't they?
Maybe so. Yeah. Ooh, that's well hit. Marlon Byrd on his horse, won't get it. One hopping over the fence for a ground rule double.
Well, Marlon Byrd got a good jump on it. The ball just kept going and carrying, and right out there between the 401 dead center and the angle. See Adam Dunn kind of shifts his weight forward a little bit, kept those hands back, and he's just flat strong.
Brings on catcher Jason LaRue. LaRue is 0 for 14 this year. Wolf hopes to keep that collar on him. Pitches low, 1 ball and no strikes. At .230 last year with 16 home runs. Inside, 2 balls and no strikes. It's fastball on the inside corner. 2 balls and a strike to LaRue. Down at second base with 1 out, 1-1 game here in the second inning. Ooh, just missed. 3 balls and a strike.
I don't know if Jerry Crawford was flinching to get out of the way of that. Oh, I guess he wasn't. He was close. Or maybe he was flinching like he was going to call it a strike.
He lost him. Puts 2 men on base with 1 out for Ryan Friel. This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority. The Phillies may not be reproduced nor retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Phillies. Friel hitting at .273. Spent his time with Louisville and the Reds last year. A ball and 1 strike to Ryan Friel. Bouncing it up there, the breaking ball, 2 balls and a strike.
Randy Wolf has not had real good command this inning. Talked about trying to keep away from deep counts.
Kerrigan looking on. Line drive, base hit, center field. Marlon Byrd's got a shot at the runner at the plate, but the throw is late. Scoring standing is Adam Dunn, and it's 2-1 Cincinnati on the RBI single by Ryan Friel.
Well, part of the problem is Randy Wolf been behind this inning. having to come in with his pitches.
It's Paul Wilson, the pitcher. He'll probably be sacrificing.
Actually, it was not a bad pitch by Randy Wolf. That was a changeup. It looked like Friel just reached out and flicked the bat into the bat and flips it into center.
Takes it up high for a ball. Wilson this year 0 for 1 with a sacrifice. He's a lifetime 093 hitter. He has 1 career home run. It came at Veterans Stadium. Who do you suppose it was off? It was hit in 1996 when he was with the Mets. Give you a hint, it was a crafty left-hander.
Crafty left-hander.
How quickly they forget Michael Mims.
Of course. He was about as crafty as they came.
Gets the bunt down. Ooh, Lieberthal had a decision there. So whether or not to let it trickle foul, but didn't take a chance at losing him, so the sacrifice is good. Moves the runners to second and third, where with 2 outs, it'll bring on D'Angelo Jimenez. Well, you still have time to be a season ticket holder here at beautiful new Citizens Bank Park. You get a full season plan, or there are many different partial plans to choose from. For information on season tickets, call 215-463-5000. Runners are at second and third, 2 outs for D'Angelo Jimenez. He doubled to the opposite field on the first base line his first time up. 1-0 to Jimenez. Fly ball right field. That's well hit. Abreu back at the track puts it away, and that will retire the side as the ball seems to be carrying really well to right field. 1 run, 2 hits, no errors, and 2 left. We go to the bottom of the second. 2-1 Reds.
That is awesome. Look how fast that is. So it's kind of encyclopedia-ish.
It is an encyclopedia. I wish.
Tom, I thought you were going to wash the dog.
Yes. She's working on a school project. I'm kind of helping her out.
Tom, leave her alone. Tom!
Fast, powerful Verizon DSL and all the tools that come with it.
Ed's TV, our big screen specialists, know it all.
What's the difference between HD TV and DVD?
DVD is 480 lines of progressive information, while high definition is 5 times the detail.
Why do plasma TVs look so sharp?
Because they have a 10-bit video processor, which can display over 1 billion colors, plus a 3,000-to-1 contrast ratio.
What flyer recorded the highest single-season point total?
Mark Recchi, 53 goals, 70 assists, combining for a total of 123 points.
Ed's TV, we know it all, and so should you before buying.
Breathe deeply. In and out. And in and out. Rest. Now stretch.
Find yourself. The 255 horsepower CTS. Cadillac Breakthrough. Visit your Super Network Cadillac dealer for this attractive offer.
Well, the Reds are here again on Wednesday night at 7:05, and Thursday is the Citizens Bank Business Person Special at 1:05. Still some tickets available. We urge you to hurry to get your tickets for the remaining 2 games of this series. For ticket information, call 215-463-1000 or online at Phillies.com. Mike Lieberthal leads it off for the Phils here in the second. Lieberthal, followed by Jimmy Rollins and David Bell. Lieberthal has struggled. He's just 2 for 20 in the early going this year. One of them a home run. Reds are leading 2-1. On the strike to Mike Lieberthal. Line drive, it hangs up for the left fielder, Adam Dunn, who didn't have to move. And let's go down to Ron Burke for a report on the field. Ron?
Well, it's looking good from my perspective, but what do I know? I come to an expert, Mike Buckholder, the first-year head groundskeeper for the new park. Because you move from artificial turf to real grass, you need a guy who knows real grass. Mike's in from Indianapolis, and he knows a lot of these Reds personnel because of his days with them when Indianapolis was an affiliate of Cincinnati. Mike, how is the ground holding up, and what are you looking for in particular at this stage of the game?
So far, the field's holding up real well. We're pretty happy with it. Basically, what we're looking for right now is to make sure our pitching staff isn't slipping on the mound. Batters' boxes aren't getting sloppy, and the infield's holding up okay, not getting too wet.
Well, you had that early call from Wolf in the first where you guys had to trot out there and take care of the mound, and so far so good, at least with that aspect of things.
It got a little tacky because of having to have the tarp off so far in advance on our pregame festivities, but we touched up and seems to be doing pretty well right now.
You know, good sight too, guys, upstairs. Over the years, we got to know a lot of the groundskeepers real well. They did a great job over at the vet, and it's good to see so many of those guys still with the grounds crew here, even though we moved to the real stuff. Mike, thanks so much.
Thank you.
All right, back upstairs to you guys.
Good effort there by Adam Dunn on the foul ball off the bat of Jimmy Rollins. Thank you, Ron. It's a foul ball, and it's 2 balls and a strike to J-Roll.
You could see Dunn sliding down there into the bottom of that fence in left field. Not a lot of foul territory over there. Sure, outfielders are going to be leery of that as they're going over there and having to make a slide like this. You see him, watch him go down, and oh, it's padded down there, but still it's solid.
So it's 2-2 now to Jimmy Rollins with 1 out, no base runners. Bouncing ball chopped right to the first baseman Casey. He'll make the play himself, and that's 2 down. We'll bring up David Bell. Bell hitting at .333.
After an 0-for-6 start, though, 6 for his last 12. Swung the bat well in Florida.
Ball and no strikes to Bell. Reds lead 2-1. We are in the bottom of the second. Ground ball hit to second base. Jimenez gobbles it up. It's a 1-2-3 inning for Paul Wilson. No runs, hits, errors, and none left. After 2, it's Cincinnati 2 and the Phillies 1.
Hello.
Hi.
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 Like going to Chicago? On Southwest Airlines, you can get there for just $99, even at the last minute.
You are now free to move about the country.
In the desire to move ideas forward, printing in black and white has served us well. But color is more effective. The fly in the ointment. Cost. Imagine multi-function printers that give you low-cost color without raising the cost of your black and white. The new line of color printing systems from Ricoh. Ricoh.
Wouldn't it be great if other games were more like ours? With so many ways to win, introducing the new Match 6 Lotto from the Pennsylvania Lottery. You can win on one line or by combining lines.
And because there are more ways to match, there have already been over 3 million winners. Just check the drawings every Tuesday and Friday. Match 6 Lotto with a starting jackpot of $500,000. Oh, what a game.
Time now for the Dodge Stump the Fans trivia question. Log on to Phillies.com. If you're the first to correctly answer, you'll win a Phillies prize pack. Please submit your answer in the subject area and leave your name and address to receive your prize. Today's Dodge Stump the Fans trivia quiz. What was the Phillies' record in Veterans Stadium openers? The answer and winner will be revealed in the 7th inning. We move to the 3rd inning here with a score 2-1 Cincinnati. And Randy Wolf is ready to go. Facing Barry Larkin. He's a guy that's been around a while. LAU had to face this guy a few
Faced him
times.
a few times. This is his 17th opening day start that he's had this year. It ties a record with Pete Rose in Cincinnati and also with, of course, your friend Bid McPhee.
You know what was impressive about you is as long as he's been in the game, he knows how to play the game. Runner at second, no outs. What does he do? Hit the ball on the ground to the right side, gets the runner to third base just like it was nothing.
He's off to a slow start, but he still does a little thing.
Off in the air to center field, Marlon Byrd waits, and Byrd puts it away. And joining us here at beautiful Citizens Bank Park is the Commissioner of Baseball, Mr. Bud Selig. Bud, good to see you.
Harry, how are you, Larry? Nice to see you both. Thank you. Thank you. It's a pleasure. And Harry, just coming in here and hearing your voice again. Now I know baseball season's back.
Well, thank you, Commissioner. It's quite a ballpark, isn't it?
You know, I was in San Diego Thursday night. I've been, I guess, all around the world in the last 2 weeks, but the thing that really impresses me when I walked in here today, and I was here last October, and Dave Montgomery and Bill Giles showed me around.
Ken Griffey Jr. and the wind pushes it back, and wow. That ball might have been over the stands, and the wind pushed it back.
I thought it was out of here. You look at the flags blowing from right to left, and that ball, I mean, I think that ball was probably over the stands or headed over them, and the wind just pushed it right back. Bobby actually has to struggle to get back to it. A nice swing by Griffey. You see him back-legged. It got a sweet stroke. Bobby does the right thing, goes back to the wall and goes, wait a minute, it's not back that far, and it's way over here. A nice recovery.
Commissioner Selig, I know you're non-partial, but here in the home opener for the Phillies, I know you willed that ball back into the ballpark.
Well, I'd like to take credit for it, Harry, but I take credit and blame for a lot of things, so that one I'll just stay neutral. But this is a remarkable park. I really.
What was he said? Notice in your first.
Well, what just impresses you, here's a brand new ballpark, able to produce revenue, but it looks like an old ballpark. It has all the unique features of it. It has all the indigenous characteristics of what a park should be, and it reminds me of my days when I would travel from Connie Mack Stadium to Ebbets Field and the Polo Grounds. I mean, here you got a park that is really distinctive and absolutely beautiful. So they ought to be very proud. They've done a remarkable job.
They really have.
The only thing they didn't do well today is order a nicer day.
Well, you know, that's true, but that's typical April Philadelphia. You know that.
I do, Harry. I played games in Milwaukee in a lot worse weather than this. That's all I can tell you. Rain, snow, sleet, and everything else.
There's so much to see in this ballpark on Ashburn Alley, all the shops, and I think what was interesting to us when we had the Cleveland Indians in for the exhibition series is games sold out, but we look at the seats and they'd be half empty. Well, they're walking around taking in the amenities of the ballpark.
Absolutely. Well, it's fun to walk in. There's so much history that they have put in the ballpark. When I got here today, Harry, Larry, that's all I did is walk around and look at all these things, and it was just tremendous.
Flare to right, is it a fair ball? No foul.
I think that's one of the things that the Phillies have done and done so well is they've kept the history of the organization in the ballpark.
No question about it. I was here last October 2nd or 3rd, as I said, and when I left, I was a little nervous. They kept talking about April 12th, and I thought that Dave and Bill might be a little optimistic. As I told some friends over there, and when they took down the vet, I was more than concerned because I didn't know there was no option. But they were right. They said they'd have it ready, and they did.
And they really, in the 2 games against Cleveland, the exhibition games, they honored the workers because the workers who got this place ready worked night and day.
I know they did. I know they did. And you sit up here and look, and you look up at that upper deck. If that doesn't remind one of the ballparks of years ago, and that's what they really tried to do, it's tremendous.
It seems like there's a lot of excitement all around baseball this year, and it just the prospect, you know, obviously Boston Yankees and all everything. It's just baseball seems to really be on track.
Curveball got him looking, struck him out. Third strikeout for Wolf, a 1-2-3 inning, no runs, hits, errors, and none left. We go to the bottom of the third. Reds 2 and the Phils 1.
The all-new Dodge Durango with 5-star, the highest frontal crash test rating, and all-new power, all-new room, all-new ride, all-new interior, all-new capability, all-new capacity. 1 part power, 1 part comfort. The all-new Dodge Durango. 0% financing or $2,000 in combined cash allowances, plus a great warranty gets you the best values in America.
We are your doctors, teachers, mechanics, and storekeepers. We are Americans building a future of hope. We are your fathers, mothers, brothers, and sisters. We are defenders of our country's values and dreams. We are protectors of our community. We are Americans at their best. We are members of the Air National Guard. Contribute to your community and join the elite at home.
What if you could see how heat feels? Welcome to today's oil heat. 99.9% clean, 100% warm.
Phillies baseball is brought to you by Dodge. Whoever said don't go there probably never got anywhere. Grab life by the horns. Dodge. By McDonald's. I'm loving it. And by Nissan and your local Nissan dealer. Bottom of the third here at Citizens Bank Park. Reds lead 2-1. Commissioner Bud Selig has joined us here at Citizens Bank Park. It was an honor to have the commissioner with us.
Thank you, Harry.
Baseball is really enjoying a great deal of popularity in this 04 season.
Well, you know, Harry and Larry, I think the game is more popular. I don't think I know it is than ever before. We had record of spring training attendance. Our first week attendance was up 14.5% over last year to almost 3 million people in the first week, which is really unheard of. I think, frankly, we're going to break an all-time attendance record, and
Randy Wolf, who can swing the bat, helps himself. Oh, look at the cutoff by Griffey. Look at the cutoff by Griffey. Gets Wolf in a run down. And that is one of the game's great players making one of the game's great plays, Ken Griffey Jr. Wow.
Well, once Randy Wolf got halfway to second, he either had to keep going or stop and go right back to first. And you could see the second baseman out there, Jimenez, got the ball in and turned around to make a tag. As Griffey cuts this ball off, that's a tremendous play right there. Pops up and a strong throw in. And right about then is when Randy Wolf has to go back to first. He stumbles a little bit. He's looking down and didn't catch the bag. Now, if he keeps going back to first, he might make it. But instead, he stopped, and then they definitely had a chance to get him in a rundown. And even with his decent speed as a pitcher, he was not going to get out of that.
The one down will bring up Marlon Byrd. He grounded out his first time up.
I think we ought to have great division races in every division, which I think is as I told the people today, I think that's another reason for the popularity. There are a lot of teams that think they can win this year, and they'll certainly compete for the wild card. We had 18 teams on September 1st last year, and I believe this year we're going to have over 20. And so I think that's another reason for this great burst in popularity.
Cincinnati last year won 69 games. They start the year here 4-2, and I know it's only 6 games, but you look around, you talk, you read what they've said. They're confident in what they've done, and that's this type of things. Teams are really, I think, they're learning how to put teams together, using their farm systems better.
Right, no question about it. Detroit is remarkable.
Marlon Byrd works the walk. He is a one-out base runner. And we'll bring on Placido Polanco. Polanco flying out to left.
Manager Dave Miley of the Reds, and they're excited with what they have here.
They played very well so far.
One ball and no strikes to Placido Polanco.
Reds pitchers have not been hurting themselves here in the early going, not giving out free passes. Wilson had one in his first start in 7 innings.
What about the opening ceremonies, Commissioner? They were really nice, weren't they here?
They were fabulous.
Yeah.
Oh, they were remarkable. It was so emotional. And when you have a franchise that can bring on 4 Hall of Famers like that, where the balls were brought in, it was remarkable.
And as L.A. and I were talking up here, the Philadelphia Boys Choir Men's Chorale is something that Philadelphia could truly be proud of.
No question about it, Harry. They were it was just very impressive.
Ball and a strike to Placido Polanco. Runner goes. Did he foul it? Or did he miss it? He missed it, so it'll be a stolen base for Marlon Byrd.
That's something the Phillies need to do, is especially at the top of the order, is get that running game going. This is the first attempt from first base for any player this year. That was a hit and run. Polanco doing some protecting there.
1 ball and 2 strikes to Placido Polanco. Hit on the ground to shortstop. And Larkin throws out Polanco. Well, at Veterans Stadium back in 1971, the first year of the vet, the first home run, Don Money.
Wow.
And here at Citizens Bank Park in 2004, was Don Money's home run, first one at the vet. And here, Bobby Abreu.
Phillies traded Don Money to be in Milwaukee. As a matter of fact, a year later, he was a wonderful player for a long time.
Here is Abreu.
He had a pretty good third baseman coming up by the name of Mike Schmidt, though. I guess it made money. It made money sort of expendable, didn't it?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Well, the one that came up made money, and he also made money expendable.
That's right. That's true. Both count.
1 ball and 1 strike to Abreu. Byrd at second base with 2 outs here in the third. Reds lead it 2-1. Jack Schmidt's number, Jim Bunning, his whiteness, Richie Ashburn. Ball and a strike to Abreu. Ooh. Ball gets away from LaRue. Moving up to third base is Marlon Byrd. The pitch was inside. Probably should have been caught, though.
Abreu hit the home run on a fastball away from him, up a little bit. And Paul Wilson in this at-bat is trying to keep everything in on Bobby. This one just gets away. I think LaRue just missed that, though. He probably should have handled that pitch.
Should be a pass ball.
Well, the National League East should be a great race this year, shouldn't it?
Somebody is going to finally stop the Atlanta Braves,
yes.
Commissioner.
I think that's right.
Division.
I think that's right.
That's well hit for foul.
Harry, I think that's right. I think this is the year that looks like the Mets are stopping them this afternoon.
Yeah, 7-0 Mets in their home opener at Shea in the bottom half of the third inning.
Well, the Marlins, as we saw, getting swept down in Florida over the weekend. They're going to be a force to be reckoned with also. A good young pitching staff.
They really got great pitching, didn't they, in that series?
Oh, tremendous.
Yeah.
And they got, did you get a chance to see their rings, their championship World Series?
Actually, the commissioner gets one, so I'm told that either this week in New York, where I'm going to be later, or next week I have to be delivered, but I understand they're huge.
If you wear it around your neck, you'll end up with a herniated disc.
I understand so.
Bobby Abreu works the walk, and the Phillies have runners at first and third for Jim Thome. Commissioner, the Phillies knew, and we knew, that we were getting a great player in this guy. What a tremendous human being.
Yes, he is.
He is just about as nice a man as you'll want to meet.
You're right. You know, Harry, he won the Roberto Clemente Award, remember, a couple of years before he came here, and so I got a chance to meet and visit, and he's a wonderful human being. Yeah.
And he's got a chance to do some damage here. First and third with 2 outs. Breaking ball for a strike.
He'll have to hit one a ton to get it out in right field today, won't he?
Yeah.
But he can do it.
Yes, he can.
Missed the pass ball, 1 ball and no balls and 2 strikes to Jim Thome.
Put that 2-seam fastball in a good spot. Thome trying to pull and comes up a little short on it. He's going to go back to it.
Wide, 1 ball, 2 strikes. Checked his swing, 2 balls and 2 strikes. Did you go over to Tokyo, Commissioner?
I did.
You did go over to
I
Tokyo?
did. We opened the season there, and it was a great trip, Larry. Larry, it was a long way to go, but we had we really had a wonderful time, and we were treated really wonderfully well.
Yeah.
It was both Joe Torre and Lupinella told me at the end of it they were grateful for the opportunity. They had enjoyed it that much. It was tremendous.
It's a full count now to Jim Thome.
Have you readjusted back to this time zone?
I have, although for a couple of days afterwards, Larry, it was a little difficult.
I would think.
Yeah.
Three and 2 to Thome. Ground ball right at the shortstop, Larkin. And that'll be it. Commissioner Bud Selig, we really appreciate you taking time out to be with us.
Harry. Good to be with you, Larry. Good to be with you both, and lots of good luck. And I'll see you during the course of the year.
Very good. Thank you. For the Phils, no runs, a hit, no errors, and 2 left. Chris Wheeler joins Larry Anderson the 4th. After 3, it's 2-1 Cincinnati.
Bank Park. All fans 14 and under get a free inaugural cap, compliments of McDonald's, and the opportunity to see great baseball in a spectacular setting where there's something for everyone. That's the Phillies and the Montreal Expos this Saturday at 1:05. To Jimmy Rollins' first time up. Those guys came prepared. There's an umbrella, a lot of slickers. It's not nice.
Now, one thing you'd like to do is get a lead by the time you get to the 5th inning.
Yeah.
Just in case it starts coming down a little heavier.
And the Phillies have a lot of base runners. Again, they had base runners last inning, but that great play by Griffey and the base running mistake by Randy Wolf, they might have had a big inning. There's Junior. How hard did he hit that ball to right? That looked like it was in the upper deck when he hit it. And then the wind just knocked it down, and Bobby Abreu wound up making a spectacular catch. A nor'easter today. The wind right out of the northeast, blowing from right to left. Casey takes a strike. It'll be Casey, Dunn, LaRue here in the 4th inning as this steady rain continues to fall, and a lot of people have tried to head for shelter. There you see it. And a foul off the bat of Casey. Still 1-2.
The ball is going to carry a little bit to left field today.
Oh, yeah, with that wind blowing out that way. If you're going to hit a homer to right, I guess you're going to have to hit a line drive. Because Junior hit one. Wow. Here's the pitch. And Casey, a hard shot on one hop to Polanco. Placido throws him out 1 away here in the 4th, and he's hit it hard twice. Well, Ron Burke is out here in Citizens Bank Park with a very special guest. Ron?
Yeah, Wheels, I found some cover. We have a roof above us. I have Richard Ashburn here. He is one of 37 Ashburn family members brought in for the occasion, including 12 from Nebraska. It's amazing. I guess for you, this is not just a home opener, it's a family reunion.
Yeah, I'm seeing some friends and family here that, well, we saw him when Dad got in the Hall of Fame in '95, but we don't see him enough, and we're happy they're here to see this.
We were speaking earlier, and it's been documented throughout the course of this broadcast, about the presence your father has maintained in the community in general and in this new ballpark in particular.
Yeah, it amazes me. He's here with us. I want to look out the center, and I see him out there. But he has stayed with me since, it's been almost 7 years since he passed away, but he's still here every day. Somebody will say something about him.
Well, the legacy is in full force today and beyond. Thanks so much, Richard. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you.
All right, Richard Ashburn. Let's go back to the guys in the booth.
I said it earlier. It's neat seeing Richard there with his dad's old jersey on, the old Phillies uniform, #1.
Richard's another person I've known since they were just little boys. And he's a great, great young man. And it's good to see him here with all the family today and see them honor Whitey. Richard's one of those guys that gives you an Uncle Wheels every once in a while. So that's really not necessary. Base hit.
Well, that's what I call you.
Yeah, sure you do. That's the first hit of the year for LaRue. It was 0 for 14 before that. So he's on with 2 outs. Too many of these little kids that are adults.
Why are you looking at me?
You're never going to be an adult. Not you.
You're only young once, but you can be immature forever.
And that definitely is proven. Brian Friel got himself a base hit and an RBI. Good base running by Dunn to score from second base on that play in the second inning. That's a go-ahead run at this point.
Now a 6-game hitting streak for Friel.
And down low. Randy Wolf retired him in order in the 3rd inning, helped out by the wind on that 1 ball hit by Griffey.
But he doesn't appear to have as good command that he usually has. He's missing in with his fastball and his off-speed, his curveball. He's bouncing up to the plate. He's not been consistent with it.
Tough day, I guess, for a field pitch.
Yeah.
And a curveball, Andy, being a field pitch. That is a foul ball hit down the 3rd base line. Brian Friel, used to see him in the Toronto Blue Jays organization. Then he got some playing time last year when so many players were hurt for Cincinnati. They started getting rid of guys. And Friel is one of those players you affectionately call a dirt ball type of player.
Scrappy.
Yeah, he plays a game hard. 1 ball, 2 strikes on him. And Randy misses high with a fastball.
But it's, you know what, it's funny. You get players that don't have great talent, and to their credit, they realize they don't have great credit. They know they have to work extra hard to stay in the big leagues and to be productive. Guys like this do it.
And he plays different positions for them, and he fouls another one off. Well, the Phillies manager was like that.
Yep.
I mean, Larry Bowa was a guy that when he first came up, nobody thought he had that much talent. He got almost 2,300 hits, close to being a Hall of Fame player. Great defensive shortstop, and most of it was just through busting his tail all the time. Where'd you fit in there?
That part of it?
Yeah. Perseverance. Hey.
Perseverance.
That kid yesterday, Phelps yesterday, reminded me of you, all kidding aside. When I looked at Phelps's record, spent all those years in the minor leagues and got himself to the major leagues. You went through that.
I had 9.5 years in the minor leagues. Off and on, up and down.
And then you appreciate when you get here.
Big time. You don't take anything for granted when you go through that, that's for sure.
Friel keeps battling. Whoa. That was ball 4. Thought so.
You see the last 2 fastballs by Randy Wolf, both missed inside. That's what he's doing with this fastball.
Well, that's a good job by Friel to get the 8-hole hitter out of the way. Tune in tomorrow night for Phillies Clubhouse, our weekly show on your Fightin' Phils. Watch Phillies Clubhouse, brought to you by New Wave Wireless at a special time tomorrow night at 7, only on Comcast Sportsnet. 8-hole hitter does that. You get the pitcher to bat and turn the lineup over. Is the worst thing that happens. And Wilson gets jammed, fouls it back. He sacrificed his first time up, put down a good bunt.
65 pitches now for Randy Wolf here in the 4th inning. As we talked about earlier, trying to keep his pitch count down. And ideally, you want to try and get the hitter out in the first 3 pitches. Obviously, you're not going to do it all the time.
Well, yeah, I mean, the strikeouts are great and they're spectacular, like when you watch a guy like Beckett yesterday, but not that many pitchers can do that. And as you say, and you get them out quick and you stay in the game longer and you stay away from your bullpen.
That's something that the guy at the plate right now, Paul Wilson, is trying to. He's always trying to be a strikeout pitcher. Of course, he used to throw a lot hard, but he said, now I'm just going to make my pitch and let the hitters get themselves out.
And Randy strikes him out. No runs a hit, and the Reds lead 2 men on base. We're through 3.5 in the first game ever here at Citizens Bank Park. 2-1 Reds.
It's Chevy Truck Fest, with great offers on almost every Chevy truck and SUV. Trailblazer and Trailblazer EXT have more horsepower than Ford Explorer and Jeep Grand Cherokee. And now you can get $3,500 cash back plus
$2,700 nonstop daily flights to 59 destinations all across the country. We go to the bottom of the 4th inning. Pat Burrell's going to lead it off as we look around this beautiful ballpark. Can't wait to get warm, sunny days here. Boy, is that going to be nice.
Oh, won't it?
In June.
It was nice to have it down in Florida, have the warm weather down there.
Yeah.
The switch after being in Pittsburgh where it was so cold.
But you know, been through this my whole life, and you played different teams and all, but you play baseball in the Northeast in April and May, and you expect it. It's going to happen, and you have to deal with it, and you have to play through it. It's one of those things.
I think players would much rather play through this than sit around and wait for a couple hours and see if it's going to clear, and then you start the game and then you're off. And I mean, they'd much rather be in these conditions and starting the game on time than delays and anything like that.
Right. Breaking ball misses the pad. Yeah, and especially on an opening day when all the adrenaline was pumping today. You know, that neat scene as they walked in from center field and all the pregame activities. They just want to play.
Right.
Burrow to left field. It's hit pretty well, but it'll die on the warning track. It didn't sound like he got it. And it died. The wind's blowing so hard you don't know today. 1 out. Junior made an unbelievable play on him in the 1st inning. Griffey's had a heck of a defensive game.
Now you could kind of hear on the crack of the bat, just it wasn't that real crack that you're used to hearing when it's crushed.
The way that wind is blowing out there, I mean, those flags right now, as hard as blown all day, are just standing straight out. Look at that. So you're going to get some help to left and left center. Lieberthal takes it low. Mike lined out the Dunn his first time up. He hit it hard. He's hit some balls hard in that 1st inning and then the 2nd inning. They trail the game 2-1. The Reds have out hit them 4-3.
Oh, we saw the numbers on Wilson early in the game, the 1st inning versus the rest of the game. Big difference.
It's amazing how many pitchers that happens to. And a Florida State, great college pitcher. And at one time they had Isringhausen, Wilson, Pulsifer did the Mets, and they thought they were set for a long time, and they all got hurt.
Yep.
Levy fouls it off home plate into the Reds' 3rd base dugout and over it.
You know, to me, you really give a credit to a guy like a Paul Wilson who was throwing, you know, in the high 90s. When I saw him in Double-A, and I was talking about Tom McCarthy when he was with Trenton, I was with Reading, and watching this guy pitch. Oh man.
Foul again. Well, I think they talked about him of the 3 that I just mentioned. They thought he had the biggest upside.
Yeah. But the injuries, the arm injuries, the surgeries, elbow and shoulder, and to his credit, he said, I got to learn how to pitch, and he has.
And Lieberthal grounds one towards the hole, cut off nicely by Friel, throws him out. 2 away. There's another example of the way the grass kills a lot of those ground balls. The Montreal Expos are coming here to Citizens Bank Park this Friday at 7:05, Saturday afternoon at 1:05, Sunday at 1:35. Saturday's the inaugural cap from McDonald's, and Sunday's schedule magnet from Southwest Airlines. 215-463-1000, anytime online at Phillies.com. Jimmy Rollins grounded out his first time up. We are in the fourth, and a strike call to Jimmy.
This seems like a type of infield. If Jimmy Rollins wanted to put a bunt down, this would be the place to do it, because that grass is thick and it's just going to slow bunts up.
Changeup. It's thick, it's wet, and that ball that Lieberthal just hit is a base hit a lot of times.
Yep.
Now, they don't know exactly what this turf's going to be like all year. They don't know what the surface, how they're going to do it. But right now, this time of the year, it's going to be slow. That hit the mound right to Jimenez, and he threw him out. 1-2-3. No runs, hits, errors, and nobody left on base. Still 2-1 Reds.
You are now free to move about the country. You are now free to move about the country.
Tired, stressed, overworked. Relax in your own therapeutic hot tub from AdventureSpas.com. Forget chlorine or bromine. Get Serena Pure, our exclusive 100% chemical-free water purification system that makes owning an adventure spa easy. Call now to receive your free educational package and a $750 savings coupon. Buy Factory Direct and Save. You're just a call away for huge savings. Call now. AdventureSpas.com, earth-friendly hot tubs.
At Hers, great taste isn't something you learn, it's something you earn.
I've never seen such a raw bunch of recruits before, but we're gonna make you crisp. Go, go, go.
It takes a lot of guts and a lot of heart.
Don't get stale on me.
That's what makes a snack worth its salt. I just want to see these guys come out of here in one piece.
It's not broken that bad. Let me go again.
Make first yours. Don't break.
Well, the Florida Marlins really took it to the Phillies over the weekend. Phillies get a shot at them next week right here at Citizens Bank Park, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, 2 night games. And an April 22nd, 105 Citizens Bank Business Person Special. That's the second of the season. You can get your tickets at 215-463-1000 or anytime online at Phillies.com. The Phillies and the world champion Fish, top of the order to Jimenez, the second baseman. Double with the first official hit here in this ballpark. His name will go down in the record books. And scored the first run in the first inning. And then he flied to deep right with a couple men on. And there is a base hit for him to center field, leading off the 5th inning. So Jimenez is on again. Ron Burke is out there in Citizens Bank Park with some special fans. Ron?
Now, I'm telling Pat Wood here, I love what you've done with the place, Pat. He of the Wolfpack, he's a spokesperson for this group, which has really gotten a foothold here in Phillies lore. You guys support Randy Wolf as the Wolfpack. How do you think he's doing today?
He's doing all right considering the weather. I don't know what it is about when he starts, but it seems like it rains 70% of the time. You know, I actually talked to him a little over a week ago, and I said, don't worry, 70 degrees opening day.
He shouldn't listen to you.
Didn't go that well, no. Well, I don't offer pitching advice either, thank God.
As I came up, you guys were doing one of your dances, and it's amazing to actually be up close and personal to you here. How do you like your spot here at the new ballpark? And your vantage point is great, right here in right center. What are we on this? About the second deck here?
Second deck. Now, if this was the official home of the Wolfpack, we'd like it for the view, but we won't be here. This is just for today.
Okay, then where will you be?
I believe we're going to be over in standing room only.
Okay, you okay with that?
Absolutely, because sometimes the Wolfpack grows to 20, 30 people, and we can't just start elbowing people.
Understood. All right, so stay dry out here. I mean, you guys got tank tops and
Believe
short
it or not, this
shirts.
is actually about 20 degrees warmer than last year when he pitched in the first week. So,
hey, we just got a base hit. That's not good. I better let you go to work for emotional support here.
Just stare. Give it the evil eye.
There you go, Pat. Thanks so much. All right, Pat Wood and the Wolfpack in full force here in 2004 at Citizens Bank Park.
send it back to you guys.
Okay, Ron, thanks a lot. Joe Kerrigan on his way to the mound is a nice piece of hitting there by Barry Larkin. Just shoots the ball through on the right side. And trouble for Randy Wolf and the Phillies. 2 on and nobody out. And Junior coming up, and then Austin Kearns and Sean Casey. They have some guys who can swing the bat in this lineup, especially in the middle. It's time now for the Rico defensive play of the game.
Great play by Ken Griffey, cutting his shot into the gap, cutting it off. That's tremendous, but he pops up in a strike to second base, and Randy Wolf got caught in no man's land. And that was more of a base running blunder than anything, but it was made possible, or he got into it because of that great play by Junior in left center.
How well do you print, copy, scan, or fax? How well do you share? Rico, our Rico defensive play of the game by Ken Griffey Jr. Griffey struck out in the first inning, then hit that towering fly ball his last time up that the wind just killed out near the warning track in right field.
Well, Randy Wolf not really a ground ball pitcher, but he could certainly use a ground ball double play right here.
Phillies get the bullpen up for the first time. As Andy mentioned, his pitch count getting a little high.
Ryan Madsen.
2-0. There's Madsen. The Phillies now with the lower level bullpen. And the Reds up there. Big pitch here for Wolf to Griffey. And he lines it to left field. That could be trouble. It is. One hop off the wall. 1 run scores. And they'll stop Larkin at third. Griffey doubles in a run. It's 3-1. And runners at second and third, and nobody out.
He's been behind in the count. He's not getting any of his pitches over consistently, and that's what's hurt Randy Wolf. 2-0 count. Junior just sitting on a fastball, gets a fastball, hits it the other way, and drives in a run.
His 5th of the year. Oh, Austin Kearns will bat. Has struck out twice. Phillies have to play the infield in here in just the 5th inning, down already 3-1, and not scoring many runs, and also playing in the rain. And Kearns hits one to third. David Bell will hold Larkin. Throws him out. Boy, a nice play by Tomey to get back to the bag. 1 away.
One of the things that David Bell, from that tendonitis in the spring, he said on cold days, it still gets to him a little bit. This ball's hit fairly hard. David Bell gets over there, looks at the runner, Larkin, he stays at third, but then a high throw, a nice play by Tomey in recovery. But David Bell says, I got to make some throws, make a lot of throws in between innings. Once I get it loose, it's fine, but now you're sitting out there in this cold weather and you don't have any plays, you don't have any throws for a while, and it probably has a little bearing on it.
Sean Casey, the batter. This guy hardly ever strikes out. And he flies one to left field. Burrell makes the play. Larkin tags and scores. And the Reds have another run. And they lead it 4-1. Give Casey a sacrifice fly and an RBI. His 8th run batted in. Very tough guy to strike out.
Well, the Reds with 7 hits here in the 5th inning, or up into the 5th inning, and coming into the game, they were only 1 percentage point ahead of the Phillies in hitting for an average. 226 was all they were hitting. They hadn't been hitting a lot. They've had good pitching, is why they've been winning.
Yeah, they come in 4-2 and lead this game now 4-1. 4-2 in the 1-loss record. Dunn, the batter, doubled to center and scored a run in the 2nd, and fly to Burrell in left. So the first 3 batters in this inning get on with hits, and 2 of them have scored. Griffey still at second base, and Barry Larkin in his 19th season knocks in run number 2 of the year. There's Junior. Good 2-0. Cincinnati Reds have won 28 out of the last 39 games they played here in Philadelphia. And they have been a team the Phillies have had a lot of trouble with, home and away. And now they only play them 6 times a year.
Well, the one guy that hasn't had trouble with him has been Randy Wolf, but a little different story today.
I think the other games against him, Eddie, he's had a good curveball.
Yep.
And not Doesn't have it today, as you pointed out.
Or the command of his fastball.
He's had a lot of big strikeout games against them with a lot of curveballs down and fastballs up. Out off to the club level below us. There's Madsen. Wolf due to bat second in the 5th inning, so this is going to be it for him. Four 7-0 for the Reds, 1-3-0 for the Phillies in the first official game here at Citizens Bank Park. Well, a kind of dreary day, and fans getting into the game early, but now the Reds scoring some runs and making it a little tougher.
I have it at my house.
And he walked. So Dunn a base runner with 2 outs, and Jason LaRue will bat a perfect game. He's walked and singled. They don't want to make a pitching change right now because they want Madsen to pitch some innings when he comes in.
Well, they'd like to get him out, and you know, you don't want to use a pinch hitter or make a double switch this early.
Right.
LaRue said they'd like to use a switch hitter. They don't want to make a double switch, and so if they bring Madsen in this situation, he'd probably have to hit for himself. But down 3 runs, and as you said, not scoring a lot of runs, you also don't want that pitcher up there hitting.
Nope. There's Madsen, who will come into the game, and they hope it will be in the 6th inning and that Wolf can get out of this. 7th batter here he faces in the 5th. Two and 0. LaRue was 0 for 14 to start the season before singling in the 4th. Look at changeup. 2-0 changeup.
A 1-0 changeup and a 2-0 changeup.
There's the Wolf pack, and their guys struggling here in this inning. Gets it over. 3 balls and 1 strike on LaRue.
Well, you can't even hardly see home plate.
Need a towel to clean it off today. The old whisk broom's not going to help. Fly ball right center field. It's slicing away from Abreu, and he runs it down. Oh, the wind really took that ball, and it turned into a good play for Bobby. However, the Reds tack on a couple more. They do it with 3 hits and leave 2 more and lead 4-1 to the Cincinnati Reds.
With all our differences, isn't it remarkable that so many people love the same car, the Toyota Camry? Why is it the #1 selling car in America? Well, Camry is quick and agile. That appeals to a certain kind of driver. But it's also stylish and fun, which is very popular. And everyone loves its famous reliability. And right now, Camry comes with 1.9% financing or $1,000 cash back. And I don't think anybody's going to turn that down. So see your Toyota dealer. With 17 models to choose from, which Toyota is perfect for you?
Well said. The 260 horsepower SRX V6 performance utility. Cadillac. Breakthrough. Visit your Super Network Cadillac dealer for this attractive offer. See dealer for residency restrictions.
New Jersey drivers, somebody's been getting a free ride at your expense. Auto insurance fraud criminals. They've been a costly burden on good drivers. Well, their party's over. New Jersey's tough new auto insurance laws are working. Insurance companies have more competition, so you have more choices. Rates are down for over 1 million drivers, and prosecutions are up 50%. So the criminals who commit fraud are getting another ride. straight to jail. Insurance fraud hurts everyone. We're not tolerating it, and neither should you.
Comcast Sportsnet is your place for Flyers playoff action tonight at 7. Watch game number 3 against the Devils. Wednesday, it's game 4. And don't miss Flyers post-game live after every playoff game. It's right here on Comcast Sportsnet. Flyers have had 2 terrific games and lead that series 2-0 as they won them both here in Philadelphia. And they'll head up to the Meadowlands to play game number 3 tonight. We'll be sure and tune in. David Bell will lead it off. Grounded out his first time up, 0 for 1. And then a pinch hitter for Randy Wolf, and looks like it's going to be Ricky Ledet. And there is Ledet. Shallow right field. Second baseman Jimenez the play, 1 out. Midday, midweek, spring baseball in this spectacular ballpark, Citizens Bank Park. No better time or place to spend an April afternoon, although some games have sold out. And still purchase tickets for the first 2 business person special of the season, and they are this week against the Reds. That'll be on Thursday, and next week against the Florida Marlins. Both games at 1:05. Compliments of Citizens Bank. 215-463-1000. Now Doug Glanville, with nobody on base, will be the pinch hitter. Larry Boa sent Ledet up there. If you got a base runner, try and send Ledet up, maybe get a 2-run home run. Now Doug will bat, and he takes strike 1. At 333, he early in the year knocked in a run the other night in Florida. And almost nipped by that pitch, comes inside. One ball and 1 strike on Doug Glanville. Outside, 2-1. Hard ground ball right at Jimenez. And he throws him out. 2 up and 2 down. So Wilson really settled down. He's retired 6 in a row after the walk to Abreu in the 3rd inning.
That's what he does. You got to get to him early. If you don't get to him early, he seems to settle down and pitch much better.
Nothing overpowering. Not going to strike out many batters. Putting the ball in play, but hitting a lot of grounders right at people. Marlon Byrd has grounded out, walked, stolen a base, went to 3rd on what was called a wild pitch, and then was stranded. Strike. Up high, a ball and a strike on Byrd. 2 outs and nobody on base here in the 5th inning. And a breaking ball. He pulls off that one, 1-2.
Randy Wolf at 5 innings, 7 hits, and 4 runs. 3 walks. He just did not have as good command tonight, or today.
Strikes him out with an off-speed pitch. 3 up and 3 down for the 2nd straight inning and 3rd time of the game. No runs, hits, errors, and nobody left. 4-1 Reds.
Americans are hard-working people, but they also treasure their free time. That's why most people have outdoor power equipment with high-performance Briggs & Stratton engines inside. They start easily and have the power to get the job done quickly. In fact, they've been helping Americans make the most of their free time for nearly a century. So be sure there's a powerful Briggs & Stratton engine inside. Briggs & Stratton, the power that works for you.
Say!
What are you guys doing?
Eating kitchen fresh chicken?
Wait. I leave for 2 hours and you all get my mother over here to cook you kitchen fresh chicken? She's working over a hot stove just to make your precious... KFC.
Kentucky Fried Chicken is kitchen fresh. This stamp tells you it's delivered fresh to your KFC kitchen, hand-floured and cooked fresh. Now get 12 pieces of original recipe for just $9.99.
Move your narrow behind.
For kitchen fresh chicken, you got a KFC what's cooking.
There are still seats available, so get in while you still can. Order now.
Our Independence Blue Cross deserving Philly is Billy Wagner. All winter and spring long, the Phillies dreamed of Wagner taking the mound and closing the door. In his first outing, he did not disappoint. The lefty fireballer recorded all 3 outs by the strikeout, saving the season's first win in style. The continuing legend of Billy the Kid is brought to you by Independence Blue Cross. You deserve it.
And the Phillies want to get Billy Wagner into some games. He pitched an inning yesterday and just to get some work, but the way the season's gone early on here, they really haven't had save opportunities. Had the one, he came in and got it done by striking out the side. Right now they have to score some runs to get to that point, and Ryan Madson in to hold him off. Madson, the young right-hander, coming into his second game. He pitched an inning in Florida the other night, a perfect inning with a strikeout. He will face the 8-hole hitter Ryan Friel, the pitcher Paul Wilson, and then the top of the order D'Angelo Jimenez, who has scored a couple runs. This afternoon, we go to the 6th inning.
Madson with a very impressive spring training, and that's why he's on this club. He earned the spot.
Has a 3-game suspension pending, which he has appealed, and really haven't heard about any more about that, when a hearing will be.
Oh, we were talking about that. Like you said, we usually do it when we go to New York, but that's a ways away, so I don't know what they'll do.
He might be able to go up to New York if they want to do it that way, obviously, with the Phillies at home for a while, so we'll see.
Friel almost walked into that curveball, and it was almost a strike.
Hey, it looked like he was going to try and bunt. As you say, walked into it. There's Larry Boa working the sunflower seeds. High with a breaking ball. That's what he told me he's going to do a lot this year. Just keep firing the seeds.
Saves the wear and tear on the fingernails.
Right. And it makes for a good camera shot when you look in there. Fouled away. Still a lot of people in their seats, but more and more people have headed for some shelter, and there's some areas where they can walk around this beautiful ballpark and still watch the game and be under cover, especially on the concourses.
Just a light sprinkle, almost misty. Nevertheless, it's moisture coming down.
Yeah, it's not as hard as it was earlier in the game. It's just kind of cold and raw here today. But the rain really not that much a factor at this point. Of course, that's easy for us to say under cover. Friel fouls another one off. He did this last time up and made Wolf throw a lot of pitches, and then Randy finally walked him. Got him. Good breaking ball or change up there from Madson. Struck out Friel, one away.
I think that was a straight change. He's been impressive. Watching him this spring, we didn't get to see him but one game last year. That's a good change up. And he's got down with his sinker, a good curveball, good command of that change up.
Change up from up here a lot of times looks like a little slider. He is right over the top with his pitches. Misses there, ball one to Wilson, who has sacrificed and struck out.
That's where he gets his good sink, though. When he stays on top of that sinker. He gets on top. It's forced him to throw up there 92, maybe 93, but his sinker 90, 91, and when he's down with it, he's got good movement on it.
There's one. 2-1. Wilson, an .093 lifetime hitter.
They're using that umbrella there to block the wind more than anything.
Yeah. Very hard wind blowing right to left. Oh, no, a little high. 3-1 now on the pitcher Wilson. Here's a look at those flags. Strike, 3-2. Still catch yourself just looking around here. What a great view. 3 balls and 2 strikes. And a hard ground ball and a hit. I mean, David Bell's playing him in the hole, figuring there's no way the pitcher's going to pull the ball. And he pulls it and gets the base hit out of it. First hit in the history of Veterans Stadium was by none other than Larry Bowa in the first inning against the Montreal Expos off Billy Stoneman, a single to right field. How about the first hit in Citizens Bank Park by the leadoff batter for the Reds, Jimenez?
D'Angelo Jimenez got a pitch with 2 strikes up and over the plate. Just slice it right down that first baseline.
So will that officially be called a ground rule double, or was that ball in play?
Angel Hernandez put his hands up and grabbed one wrist, and that usually signifies that it was fan interference. It's a ground rule double.
That's what I thought too, and I thought that's kind of a funky first hit, a ground rule double. Been 2 of them actually in this game. Another one bounced over the wall in center. Jimenez is a switch hitter, so he'll turn around and bat left-handed for the first time. He was 2 for 3 right-handed and scored a couple runs. 8 hits for the Reds, 3 for the Phillies in the 6th inning. The Reds lead it 4-1. Not holding Wilson on at first. Tomey playing back and over towards the hole. 1-1. There's a look at the Phil's first baseman, Angel Hernandez, the umpire.
Jimenez last year, 305 left-handed, and 6 of his 7 home runs from the left side.
Former Yankee product. Had a very serious car accident a few years ago and has bounced back. Breaking or change up high. 2-1. Could be 2. Rollins, Polanco. Tomey tags him going by, and it is a double play. 6, 4, 3. No runs, 1 hit, and nobody left on base. Phillies need some runs. They trail by 3.
Looking at Nissan? You're so close to your best buy ever at Montgomeryville Nissan. Miles ahead of the rest in exceptional savings. And just money-saving minutes from you on Route 309, just minutes above the Port Washington exit off the PA Turnpike, just below the Montgomery Mall. Montgomeryville Nissan. Savings and care that's exceptional and beyond. Expect the exceptional at Montgomeryville Nissan. Close to you with your best buy ever.
You want a big selection. You want the best low price. You want great service. Hi, this is Jeff Gordon, and I want you to go see my good friends at Berge Chevrolet.
Save up to $7,000 off MSRP during Berge's 80th anniversary celebration. Over 300 vehicles available. Berge's is the largest Chevrolet dealer in Montgomery County.
Now that's a deal you need to move on. They're better, they'll prove it, and you deserve it. Berge Chevrolet, where cars and trucks cost you less.
Phillies baseball is brought to you by your Quality Plus Ford dealers. by Thomas Jefferson University Hospital. Call 1-800-JEFF now. And by your Key State Chrysler Jeep dealer. Phillies in the 2-hole in their lineup. Placido Polanco, then Bobby Abreu, then Jim Thome will bat against Paul Wilson, who's thrown, what, 64 pitches so far?
Yeah.
Been pretty easy for him the last couple innings.
He's had 3 1-2-3 innings, and when he's had those 1-2-3 innings, he hasn't thrown a lot of pitches. That's something he said he's doing now. He's letting hitters get themselves out. He's just going to make his pitch and let them swing at it, and he's getting them out early in counts.
He has 1 strikeout thus far, 2 walks. The Phillies need to start chipping away at him a little bit. Hey, Phillies fans, visit Phillies.com, the #1 site for live game pitch-by-pitch coverage, MLB TV and MLB.com. Game day audio, Phillies.com, where baseball is always on. And we're on here today in the first official game here at Citizens Bank Park. And so far, Paul Wilson and the Reds lead it 4-1. Ron Burke's out there with another report, and he is with the new manager of the Clearwater Threshers, Mike Schmidt.
Yeah, he's gigging with the Clearwater Threshers. Spend a little time with us here at Citizens Bank Park. Mike Schmidt, we're in the middle of a conversation here as they join us about the statue issue. Here you are outside the left field side or third base side of the stadium, embodied in a statue forever and ever. What does that mean? Does it take this whole phenomenon to a whole new level for you?
You tell me. I don't know what it means. I'm still a little bit in awe of being bronzed. I got a kick out of seeing all the people taking pictures of me, of my statue out in front of the stadium. Excuse me. Well, you know, I mean, it's kind of like a meeting place out there now. I'm in a great spot, too. I guess that's sort of like the main entrance to the stadium, so I'm honored to be there. You know, I remember going to Busch Stadium many times, and there's Stan Musial statue there, and Hank Aaron's got a statue, and I know that a lot of the new ballparks are putting statues of their former players or heroes up, and it's great. That's what baseball's all about, the nostalgia and the history.
Well, it's good to see you back here as always. You have a new lovely park down in Clearwater, a magnificent gym here. This franchise is really taking a significant forward step in a way that's very visible, not just to us in Philadelphia, but people nationwide.
Yeah, it sure is. Well, you know, it took a while for it to come together in Philadelphia, but now that it has, the only thing I can think of, the only word I can think to describe everything they've done in Clearwater and in Philadelphia is class. Everywhere I go, there's something that's classy. And this stadium, of course, you ought to see the inside downstairs. I don't know whether the people, obviously they'll never get to see it, but that clubhouse looks like it was designed by Ralph Lauren. It's unbelievable. To be a major league player nowadays, it's got to be something.
Got a deep ball, Mike.
Yeah, see that. The deepest part of the park, 409.
All right, couldn't get it out this time. Mike Schmidt, it's good to see you in person and in bronze these days.
Yeah, thanks, Ron. Nice to be with you.
All right, the best to you and the Threshers. Mike's going to get back down to Clearwater and take care of his team in the early going of its season. Let's go back to the booth.
All right, Ron, thank you very much, and thank you to you, Michael, and good luck with the Clearwater Threshers this year. As Ron mentioned, Mike is going to head back down to Florida, and wife Donna later on this afternoon.
That's got to be amazing. I mean, you know, like Mike Schmidt, I think you said it perfectly, talking about, you know, going to Busch Stadium and seeing a statue of Stan Musial, or somewhere else in Atlanta seeing a statue of Hank Aaron. And all of a sudden, you know, you come here and you see a statue of yourself. That's got to give you a little chill.
Pretty neat. I mean, Robbie's here today, Robin Roberts, with the statue. There's Mike's number, the retired number out there on the wall. And Steve Carlton was here today. And Jim Thome gets another hit after Griffey just robbed Abreu of a hit to left center field. The ball really picked up with the wind when Bobby hit it. Kept going away from Griffey, who's played a tremendous center field here today.
Yes, he has. He's healthy. I was out doing a statue with Lefty this morning, and he's standing up there, and his statue has kind of a greenish bronze to it. I said, Lefty, you look a little green. He goes, you mean the statue or me? Guess he got in here Saturday and has had a pretty good time.
Yeah, it looked like it. Lefty was all smiles this morning. It was great to see him here with his son, Scott.
He says, you notice the statue isn't talking either.
One of the great myths of the world, though, that Lefty doesn't chat. Pat Burrell takes a strike.
Said the only thing he'd do different with his statue is probably put cotton in his ears. Lefty always pitched with cotton in his ears so he couldn't hear anything.
Yeah, I mean, he just had some media problems in his career here, but he was always a guy that it was a great conversationalist. It still is.
Yep.
Pat Burrell takes it outside. Pat has lined out to Griffey, made a great play in the first inning, and then hit a fly ball to Dunn at the warning track and left. Burrell yet to hit a home run. Phillies only have 2 home runs this year, and one of them's today by Bobby Abreu, the first home run in the history of this ballpark. Thome, a 2-out base runner with his second hit of the game. And they're not holding him on. And Burrell breaks his bat, a ground ball to Friel. To Jimenez. That'll end the inning. No runs, 1 hit, and 1 man left on base. Thanks to Larry Anderson, Harry Callis comes back in the 7th inning. 4-1. Reds.
Do you have any lateral motion?
I think it's your interior crucial. That's a ligament.
You want to see a knee injury?
Now, does it hurt when you do this?
No, I probably wouldn't do that then.
Don't just ask your friends. Call 1-800-JEFF now for Rothman Orthopedics at Jefferson.
Dear Pa, there seems no end to this blazing heat.
To stay cool, you only need one thing.
Afternoon.
A Bryant air conditioning system with Puron refrigerant. And your Bryant dealer will get it to you. Whatever it takes.
Did I miss anything?
Nah, not really. For a limited time, take advantage of special deals worth up to $1,000 on a high-efficiency system from Bryant. Just call Bryant and they'll get it to you, whatever it takes.
I'm Arlen Specter, and I approve this message.
Seen this Pat Toomey negative ad on the military? Wrong again. Arlen Specter and George Bush favored a military pay raise, and for using the military to guard our ports and borders. Pat Toomey, he voted against the military pay raise, and against using the military to guard our ports and borders. America must be defended. Pat Toomey's record can't be defended. Pat Toomey isn't far right. He's far out.
Well, after 6 innings, here is the game summary. It's pretty much just Cincinnati. Jimenez gets the first hit and run here at Citizens Bank Park. Dunn and Griffey both with RBI doubles, and Bobby gets the first home run. Bobby Abreu for the Phillies in the bottom of the first. Randy Wolf, 5 innings, did not have good command. He gave up the 4 runs, walked 3, and Paul Wilson has pretty much put the Phillies down with ease after the first inning. Bobby Abreu home run followed by the Thome double, but since then there hasn't been a whole lot happening. Phillies had 2 on in the 3rd inning, but couldn't get anybody in.
And we move to the 7th inning. Barry Larkin leads it off. He's 1 for 3 with a run scored. Facing Ryan Madsen, who's in his 2nd inning in relief of Randy Wolf. On strike to Barry Larkin. Good off-speed pitch. Madsen possesses a good changeup, and he had Larkin well out in front of it.
He's got good command. He's got all 3 pitches. He's got a good curveball, and that changeup's a very good pitch for him.
Tap to 3rd base and thrown out at first.
That is Juan Castro, who's come in to hit for Larkin.
Okay. So Castro is retired, and we'll bring on Ken Griffey Jr. In the game summary, you could also say that this guy has played outstanding center field.
Really.
Pulled down a deep drive off the bat of Bobby Abreu and cut off a hit by Randy Wolf. Would normally have been a double, and they got Wolf in a rundown for an out. ball and no strikes to Griffey.
And another thing that was a leadoff hitter of the inning was Randy Wolf's base hit.
Right. And you see he'll be homing in on that magic 500 mark in career home runs. From what we've seen today, it's no wonder that he has been the recipient in L.A. of 10 Gold Gloves.
Hey, the thing is, you know, in the National League, people just haven't seen him that much because he's been hurt so much. When he's healthy, he can still run them down. He's had a lot of hamstring problems, leg injuries.
His daddy wasn't a bad ball player either.
No.
2 balls and a strike to Ken Griffey Jr. Reds are leading at 4-1 here in the 7th inning. And Griffey draws the walk. First surrendered by Madsen. It'll bring up Austin Kearns. Citizens Bank has recognized this group of fans as a Citizen 7. These lucky winners each will receive a convenient prize pack courtesy of Citizens Bank. Log on to citizensbankpark.com to learn more about the not your typical ballpark. Citizens Bank, the convenient way to bank, with the most 7-day branches in Philadelphia. Here's Kearns. He has twice struck out and grounded out. Good breaking ball. 1 strike to Austin Kearns. Good fastball.
Kearns struggling here in the early going, but a couple years ago when he got called up, Reds GM Jim Bowden said they called him up just for a cup of coffee, and he had a whole pot. He was on fire, just started off crushing the ball. Put up some good numbers. Last year was hurt a little bit.
Just 23 years of age, the 7th player selected in the '98 draft by Cincinnati. Good breaking ball, struck him right on out of there. That's the 2nd strikeout for Madsen. Speaking of young men, this Ryan Madsen has been very impressive, too, in his 2 outings with the Phils.
Really didn't get to see Madsen pitch a whole lot until spring training. It's a changeup, but even though it's up, he's got great arm action, and Kearns way out in front of it. We got to see him pitch quite a bit this spring. Did a great job, and he was really impressive and has been in a couple games he's been in so far this year.
Sean Casey has lined out to short, grounded sharply to second, hit a sacrifice fly. Knocking in his 8th run of the young season. He's 0 for 2 today, has dropped his batting average to .417.
10 for 22 coming into the game.
Ball and a strike to Sean Casey.
He's hitting all games, every game that they've had. 6-game hitting streak for him. But Casey's always been, the last few years anyway, very good first half hitter, and has slowed up more so in the second half of the season. Hoping to try and keep that consistency going throughout the year.
Ball and a strike to him. Fly ball into center field, not deep. Marlon Berg drifts in, and that'll be it for the Reds here in the 7th. No runs, no hits, no errors. They lead 1. Stretch time, we go to the bottom of the 7th. Cincinnati 4 and the Phillies 1.
There are still seats available in the new Citizens Bank Park. Join us for the Business Person Specials, April 15th and 22nd.
We think it might be catching on.
Hi, Mr. Riley. Come on in.
Thank you.
What can we do for you today?
But maybe it's just us.
Tonight at 7, the series switches to the Meadowlands as the Flyers and Devils continue to battle for the right to move on. Followed by Dodge Presents Flyers Postgame Live. Flyers Devils Game 3 tonight at 7. Every day is game day on Comcast Sportsnet.
Our Dodge Stump Fans Trivia Quiz today. What was the Phillies' record in Veterans Stadium openers? Well, the answer, 14 wins, 19 losses. First Phillies fan with the correct response was Mike Broadhead of Bethlehem, Pennsylvania. Congratulations, Mike. You're the winner of a Phillies prize pack. Thanks for playing Dodge Stump the Fans. Bottom half of the 7th inning. It's 4-1 Cincinnati. Phil's trying to get something going offensively here. Paul Wilson. Well, Ron Burke is standing by with the man who I'm so pleased with because he brought me here to Philadelphia in 1971, Phillies chairman William Yale Giles. I'm forever grateful to William Yale. Ron, take it away.
I'll pass that along, and I'm sure he knows. Harry Callis saying he's so grateful today that you brought him to Philadelphia so many years ago.
Well, that was one of my better decisions when I brought Harry here.
Well, it was a home run, and so is this ballpark. It began, what, about 10, 12 years for you, this dream that this could be done in Philadelphia by this franchise?
12 years ago, I about it, and the dream finally came true, and it's spectacular.
And now that today is here, you're going through what kind of emotions?
I'm happy, very happy. The fans come up to me and congratulate me and say thank you. That's good. Now if we can just win the game, I'll be a lot happier.
Yeah, if you can't control the weather, and you personally can't control the bats out there, that's going.
You're right about that.
All right, what do you feel as we get settled here? Of course, a lot of the attention is going to be paid to the moment, this particular ballpark. Long range, what is the best case scenario you think at the end of this season for this ball club?
To be in postseason play, and that's what we think we're designed for, and hopefully we'll do it.
All right, with the start being 1-5, that this team is now trailing in this game, and you want to get momentum. You need to build momentum at some point.
We sure do. It's really better to win in May than April, but I'd rather win all the time.
I hear you. Thank you so much, Bill Giles. Again, congratulations on what really is a great day. We can't control the weather. It's a great day.
Thank you.
All right, let's go back to the booth.
All right, thanks, Ron. Leading off is Mike Lieberthal. Lieberthal, a ball and 2 strikes. He's lined out and grounded out. Line drive. Oh, it hangs up for Adam Dunn. He puts it away, 1 down.
I think one thing the outfielders can do here is play a little bit shallow because the ball seems to carry pretty good to left, so you'll be able to play in a little shallow or something over your head. Probably going to be out of the ballpark. This ball just stays up. A hard hit ball. Adam Dunn comes in, makes a nice play.
Here's Jimmy Rollins. He's been up twice. Twice he is grounded out. Fouls it back. 1 strike to J-Roll.
Phillies just not able to get on track offensively.
Tapped on the ground to second base. Jimenez throws out Rollins. That's 2 down. It'll bring on David Bell. Bell is grounded out and popped up.
See a little frustration on Larry Bowa's face, and kind of understand it. I know it's still early, but You just expect this offense to do more than it's done.
One strike to Bell. Paul Wilson pitched a very good game in his first outing this year against the Cubs, and he's pitching a very good game here in his second outing. Florida State product, original first-round draft pick of the New York Mets.
1 run allowed in 13 innings.
From '94. And has gone through all kinds of arm miseries the last 3 years. He's missed parts or all of the last 3 seasons with shoulder and elbow problems, but evidently he has those conquered because he's pitching very, very well.
It's made him a better pitcher, actually. He's had to learn how to pitch. Before, he was a hard thrower with just great stuff, relied on his stuff. Now he's got to rely on his smarts.
Bell goes down swinging. It's a 1-2-3 innings. Strikeout number 2 for Wilson. No runs, hits, errors, and none left. And we go to the 8th inning with the score: Cincinnati 4 and the Phillies 1.
Tired of endless searches for low fares? Introducing the Southwest Shortcut. Shows you exactly which days our lowest online fares are available. Only at southwest.com.
You are now free to move about the country.
From the files of W.B. Mason's Low Price Assurance Detectives.
The name's Mason, W.B. Mason. My partner and I were working the city, looking for businesses getting soaked by the super office stores. This one had all the signs. Excuse me, ma'am. We're here to save you money.
We're low-price assurance detectives.
Oh.
Mind if I ask where you buy office supplies?
From a superstore, of course.
Mind if I ask why?
They have low prices, don't they?
Sure, low.
But maybe not low enough.
What do you think, Chief?
We have no choice. Booker.
Just check out these prices, ma'am.
You might say she liked the prices in my new office supply catalog. Want to save money on office supplies? Call 1-888-WB-MASON to get my new catalog.
Go ahead. Get yourself booked.
Who but W.B. Mason?
Phillies baseball is brought to you by Southwest Airlines. Over 2,700 nonstop daily flights to 59 destinations all across the country. By W.B. Mason. Remember, for amazingly low prices on office supplies, office machines, and furniture, who but W.B. Mason? And by your local Lincoln Mercury dealer. 8th inning is 4-1 Cincinnati. Leading off for the Reds is Adam Dunn. Dunn has doubled and scored a run, flied out, and walked. Ryan Madsen in his 3rd inning in relief of Randy Wolf. Madsen has been very impressive. 1 ball and 1 strike. He has appealed a 3-game suspension, which he got as a result of an altercation in spring training. This is a line drive, and it's going to be a base hit, taken on 1 hop by Bobby Abreu. Cincinnati leading it by a score of 4-1. They're the longtime voices of the Cincinnati Reds. Hall of Fame broadcaster Marty Brennaman on the left, and Hamilton Joe Nuxhall on the right of your screen. This is going to be Nuxie's last year after 38 years in the booth, also 16 years as a pitcher for the Cincinnati Reds. Hamilton Joe will be rounding 3rd and heading for home. This is his final season as broadcaster for the Cincinnati Reds. Joe Nuxhall, and he's been a joy and quite a fixture in Cincinnati for years and years.
16 years old in the major leagues.
Yeah. Come on, Hamilton Joe, you're too young to be retired. Here is Jason LaRue. That 3-game suspension that Madsen has appealed came in a game at spring training against Toronto. Now, what happened is a Toronto pitcher hit David Bell right in the head with a pitch ball. And Madsen, you know, retaliated, which you're supposed to do. I mean, hey, somebody hits your teammate in the head, you're gonna get some chin music or get hit. And the thing is, Boas has served 1-game suspension in the series of Florida. Madsen's got 3 games, and none of the Toronto pitchers in that beanball war have been suspended, and their manager hasn't been suspended for some reason.
Batista was not suspended?
No, nobody was suspended. I guess that beanball war was all the Phillies' fault, since their pitcher hit Bell in the head to start it, and yet it was all the
Well, Batista, even after that, after warning, apparently there was a warning, hit Sean Wooten right in the chest with the fastball, and still nothing.
Yeah. One and 2 the count. Curveball bouncing it up there. 2 balls and 2 strikes to LaRue, who has walked single, line to right. We're in the 8th inning. Phillies will have 2 more opportunities. Down 4-1.
They'll start off the next inning with the pinch hitter and then go to the top of the lineup.
Reds starter Paul Wilson has shown no signs of tiring. The Reds bullpen has been down all day. They haven't had anybody up all day.
Telemaco is going to get up now for the Phillies and start throwing.
Full count. Good pitch. It was a changeup, and he struck him right on out of there. He gets his 3rd strikeout, does Brian Madsen. 1 down here in the 8th.
3-2. You talk about a guy that has confidence in a pitch. A 3-2 changeup.
Here's Ryan Friel. He is single to drive in a run, walked and struck out. Round through the right side for a base hit. Stopping at second base will be done. And the Reds with 2 men on base and 1 out.
It's the 10th hit for the Reds. He came in not swinging the bats that well. They hit some home runs. 4 by Dunn and 2 by Junior Griffey, but other than that, they really hadn't been swinging the bats that well.
Here's Paul Wilson, the pitcher. He'll be up there probably to sacrifice. He has sacrificed. He has struck out, and he has singled. And squared to bunt. He takes the pitch for a strike. 1 strike to Paul Wilson. Up and in, 1 ball and 1 strike.
Third base coach Mark Berry going through the signs. Paul Wilson.
Jabbed at it, missed it. Ball and 2 strikes. Reds came into this game with a 4-2 record, leading the National League Central Division. Bunting foul, so he's a strikeout victim. That'll be the 4th strikeout for Madsen. I'll bring up the top of the order, D'Angelo Jimenez. Jimenez has doubled, flied out, singled, and grounded into a double play. He has scored 2 runs. Two men on base, 2 outs here in the 8th.
Boy, nice recovery by Lieberthal, and that ball in the dirty backhanded popped right up into his hand. Dunn had thoughts of taking off, but it's good reaction by Lieberthal. He's a little bothered by his knee in that collision in yesterday's game. And Larry Bow wanted to make sure when Lieberthal got to the park that he was all right. It seems to be the way he's moving back there.
He's a foul on the first base side. 1 ball and 1 strike to D'Angelo Jimenez. Tad low, 2 balls and a strike. Jimenez, the guy they got from the Chicago White Sox last year. Pretty good pickup, a 26-year-old switch hitter.
It's like Ryan Wagner, a right-hander, and Norton, the left-hander, getting up.
Grounded to third base. Bell throws out Jimenez, and that'll be all for Cincinnati here in the 8th. No runs, 2 hits, no errors. They leave 2. We go to the bottom half of the 8th inning. Reds 4, Phillies 1.
We didn't get to play on real grass.
Kids. Phillies season ticket plans. Call 215-463-5000.
Wouldn't it be great if other games were more like ours? With so many ways to win, introducing the new Match 6 Lotto from the Pennsylvania Lottery. You can win on one line or by combining lines. And because there are more ways to match, there have already been over 3 million winners. Just check the drawings every Tuesday and Friday. Match 6 Lotto with a starting jackpot of $500,000. Oh, what a game.
So I bought a grill last summer, and when I got it home, it didn't work like I thought it would. And then it fell apart, which really bummed me out. But this year, I bought a Weber grill because they don't skimp on construction, and it comes with at least a 5-year, 50,000 burger warranty. And that's a lot of burgers. Log on to Weber.com and learn what makes a great gas grill.
Well, on Wednesday, it'll be Vicente Padilla on the mound for the Phils. He will be opposed by Jose Acevedo for the Cincinnati Reds. Here it is 4-1 Reds, bottom half of the 8th inning, and Ricky Leday is going to lead off as a pinch hitter for Ryan Madson. Madson, a good job, 3 shutout innings.
Very impressive. Ray Almeida comes into shortstop.
And Ricky Leday. Leday is 0 for 4 in the early going. One ball and 1 strike. Loop in the left field base hit, Ricky Leday. Didn't hit much of it, but he got enough to get it over the infield. And the Phillies had their leadoff man on base.
I don't know if it was a changeup or the sinking fastball down and away from Leday. But he goes down and gets it and just kind of flips it into left field. Good time for the Phillies to start getting something going, the top of the lineup.
Marlon Burr's grounded out, walked, and struck out. And now the Reds bullpen gets up here in the 8th inning. Norton is the left-hander.
There's Phil Norton. Right-hander was Brian Wagner. I don't know if that's still him.
That's who it is, yeah, Brian Wagner. And Phil Norton. Line drive to center, but it's going to hang up for Griffey. Well hit by Marlon Burr, but Griffey takes care of it, 1 down. And we'll bring on Placido Polanco.
A good hack at this breaking ball from Wilson. He hits a line shot, but right there is Junior Griffey.
Polanco has flied out, grounded out, and popped up. One ball and no strikes. Phillies bullpen has Amari Telemaco up, along with Raul Cormier. Base hit right field. Today will take the turn and just hold there. No sense in gambling to go to third. He probably could have made it, but you don't want to have the second out be thrown out of third base. Now down by 3.
Not with these two guys coming up, Bobby Abreu and Jim Thome. That's probably going to be it as Dave Miley comes out. Polanco inside outs this ball, just slaps it through the hole in the right side. Good piece of hit, and they have first and second.
Yep, that's going to be all for Paul Wilson. Wilson going 7 1/3 innings, charged with a run. On 6 hits, he is responsible for the runners on base, 2 strikeouts and 2 walks. And they will bring in their left-hander out of the bullpen, Norton. We have a pitching change for the Reds. 4-1 Cincinnati. Back after these messages.
Thursday at 1, the Phillies and Reds close out this series with a business person special live from Citizens Bank Park, followed by Sloan Toyota presents Phillies Postgame Live. Phillies Reds Thursday at 1. Every day is game day on Comcast Sportsnet and HDTV where available. Tonight at 7, the series switches to the Meadowlands as the Flyers and Devils continue to battle for the right to move on, followed by Dodge presents Flyers Postgame Live. Flyers Devils Game 3 tonight at 7. Every day is game day on Comcast Sportsnet.
Say,
What are you guys doing?
eating kitchen fresh chicken?
Wait. I leave for 2 hours and you all get my mother over here to cook you kitchen fresh chicken? She's working over a hot stove just to make your precious KFC.
Kentucky Fried Chicken is kitchen fresh. This stamp tells you it's delivered fresh to your KFC kitchen, hand-floured and cooked fresh. Now get 12 pieces of original recipe for just $9.99.
Move your narrow behind.
For kitchen fresh chicken, you got a KFC what's cooking.
It's Chevy Truck Fest with an unprecedented offer. 0% APR financing for 60 months plus bonus cash on almost every Chevy truck and SUV. Lower your down payment. Lower your monthly payment. Hurry in now for this unbeatable offer. Now get 0% APR financing for 60 months plus $1,000 bonus cash on almost every Chevy truck and SUV. Chevy Truck Fest. Turn the key. Start a revolution. See your local Chevy dealer today.
Paul Wilson pitched very well in the 8th inning. He leaves, and Phil Norton, the 28-year-old left-hander, is the new pitcher for the Reds. This will be his 4th game of the young season. 0-0 with an 0.0 ERA. 2 1/3 innings, 1 hit, no runs, 1 strikeout, and no walks.
Bobby Abreu in the 1st inning with 2 outs, nobody on, gets his 1st home run of the season. A Phillies 2nd. A line shot into the left field seats.
Bobby has also walked and flied to deep center. He's faced Norton twice in his career. He's 0 for 2 against this left-hander, and breaking ball misses. 1 ball and no strikes.
This Reds bullpen has been their strength this year, an 0.48 earned run average. They haven't allowed a run in their last 4 games. It covers 12 2/3 innings.
1 ball and no strikes to Abreu. Line drive to left to field, and it is caught at the rim of the warning track by Adam Dunn for out number 2. And they'll bring on Jim Thome. Thome is doubled, grounded out, and singled.
Well, Larry Bow had switched this lineup around today to try and change the offense up a little bit. With only 1 left here in the bullpen, it allows Dave Miley to go to his only left-hander to face the Phil's 2 left-handers back-to-back.
Breaking ball missing. 1 ball and no strikes to Jim Thome.
It was something that Boa kind of had to do last year because Burl was not hitting, so he couldn't put him in the middle of them. At this year, more of a struggle with Bobby Abreu. So he moved Bobby up to 3rd, hit Thome 4th with Burl behind him.
2 balls and no strikes.
Norton last year came to the Reds from the Cubs in exchange for a left-handed pitcher, John Karanka. Gave up 3 earned runs his first outing and then was unscored upon in his last 16.
A few of those against the Phillies.
Yep.
2 balls and a strike to Thome. Foul, first base side. 2-2 the count to Thome. Ricky Leday at second. He singled. Placido Polanco at first. He singled. 2 outs here in the 8th inning.
Sir Paul Wilson did a nice job for the Reds today. Back-to-back games. He's pitched very well.
Thome's kind of looking on a breaking ball on the outside corner. That'll be it for the Phils here in the 8th. No runs, 2 hits, no errors, and 2 men left. They go to the 9th inning. It's Cincinnati 4 and the Phillies 1.
Check 1. Calm down,
Her father climbed up the mountain, but her mother don't like her climbing up walls.
Talking to Nana.
So the little girl phone ring, and then she saw.
Isn't that Carla Louise? Nope, we've got unlimited calling.
And she said, and the mother said, what? And then the little girl said,
I still think it's a waste.
I'll be, you know what I mean, I'll be.
Keep talking with unlimited calling from Verizon.
And then
Kentucky Fried Chicken is kitchen fresh. This stamp tells you it's delivered fresh to your KFC kitchen, hand-floured and cooked fresh. Now get 12 pieces of original recipe for just $9.99. For kitchen fresh chicken, you got a KFC what's cooking.
There are still seats available, so get in while you still can. Order now.
On the Toyota Major League scoreboard, the New York Mets in their home opener at Shea pounding Atlanta 10-2 behind Steve Traxel, who's also knocked in a couple of runs in his own behalf, as has Kaz Matsui. 10-2 in the 8th inning. Mets lead that when they roughed up Mike Hampton in the 2 2/3 innings he worked. Pittsburgh has a 6-2 lead on the Cubs at Wrigley in the 5th inning. Jason Kendall's knocked in a pair for the Bucks. One game underway in the American League. Minnesota and Cleveland are 0-0 in the bottom of the 3rd. And that's your Toyota Major League scoreboard. Here it is 4-1. Cincinnati Reds on top in the 9th inning. Juan Castro will lead it off, facing Raul Cormier. Cormier, a tough road trip. He had won 9 straight. His last loss prior to this season dating back to August 11th of 2002, but he has lost 2 games this year. So his 4th game, he is 1-2 with a 9-point ERA. Castro fouls it back and out of play.
He's had the decision in every game he's been in, so hopefully he can keep that trend alive.
That's right. Castro came in for Barry Larkin. He is 0 for 1. No balls and 2 strikes to Juan Castro.
Danny Graves, Reds closer, up and throwing.
1 ball and 2 strikes. Ninth inning, it's 4-1 Cincinnati. Castro goes down swinging. That's 1 down here in the 9th. And it brings on Ken Griffey Jr. Jr. is struck out, flied to deep right, doubled, knocked in a run, and walked. The left-hand hitter against Cormier, the left-hand pitcher. And his numbers off Cormier, 5 for 7 with a home run and 3 RBIs. Obviously not intimidated by a left-hander. No. 1 ball and no strikes. On the count to Griffey. Two balls and a strike. Ryan Madsen went 3 innings in relief of Randy Wolf. 3 shutout innings for young Madsen. He went just 3 hits and no runs. Struck out 4 in his 3 innings. An impressive outing by Ryan Madsen. Now Cormier will try to keep this a 4-1 game. It's full count to Griffey. Kearns waits on deck. Still 3-2 to Junior. It's that kind of day. Rainy, not hard enough to halt play. Very chilly. Big swing, he fouls it just over.
Since they're all looking for the ball down there, it's about 10 rows behind him. Skimmed off the top of the seat. Scary, though. Smashed right in the stands right above the dugout.
Three and two to Griffey. Bouncing ball to Jim Thome. Thome to Cormier covering. And that's 2 down. I'm going to bring up Austin Kearns. Kearns is 0 for 4 with 3 strikeouts. Randy Wolf got him twice. Ryan Madsen got him once. He is off to a struggling start as Austin Kearns, hitting at just 148. Four hits and 27 trips with 11 strikeouts in his 27 at-bats.
Wow.
Dave Miley, the skipper, keeps him in the 4th spot in the batting order. 2 balls and no strikes to Kearns. Two balls and a strike.
Yeah, we saw a couple years ago with some great power. All fields. A couple of home runs he hit to right field off the Phillies.
He was the 7th player selected in the '98 draft by Cincinnati. '23-year-old. Out of Lexington, Kentucky. Full count. Smash to center field. Marlon Byrd still going back. Cannot get it. It's at the deepest part of the ballpark, and heading for third base is Kearns, and he slides in with a triple. Any place else in this ballpark, and that might have been out of here, but it was right off the base of the fence at the 409-foot mark. A triple for Kearns, and it'll bring on Sean Casey.
Been a while since his last triple. Marlon Byrd gave it a run, got right back in that corner, just over his glove. He had to slow up a little bit. He'd go full tilt. He would have just smoked that wall. Kearns going hard the whole way around second base. He's looking for 3. And gets it.
Brings on Sean Casey, who is 0 for 3 with a sac fly and an RBI. One strike to Casey. It's a foul, and Cormier's in front of him. No balls and 2 strikes. 0-2 to Sean Casey with a runner at third and 2 outs. Wide, 1 ball and 2 strikes.
Paul Wilson certainly took the fans out of this game early.
Really?
After the first inning, he settled down, and Phillies haven't been able to mount a whole lot. Cincinnati with 11 hits on the day.
Ground ball sharply hit by that Polanco. Casey retired, so are the Reds in the 9th. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, 1 left. We go to the bottom half of the 9th inning. Danny Graves will come in for the Reds. It's 4-1 Cincinnati.
Order your new season tickets now.
It's Chevy Truck Fest with an unprecedented offer. 0% APR financing for 60 months plus bonus cash on almost every Chevy truck and SUV. Lower your down payment. Lower your monthly payment. Hurry in now for this unbeatable offer. Now get 0% APR financing for 60 months plus $1,000 bonus cash on almost every Chevy truck and SUV. Chevy Truck Fest. Turn the key. Start a revolution. See your local Chevy dealer today.
Good morning.
Morning. If you're not offering your employees Independence Blue Cross, maybe you should.
Bottom half of the 9th inning, Phillies' last shot. They'll have to do it against the Reds closer, Danny Graves, who's come on to pitch for the Cincinnati Reds here in the 9th. This will be his 4th game. 0-0, he has saved all 3 games that he's been in. 3-point ERA, 3 innings, 2 hits. And a run. He has struck out 2 and hadn't walked anybody. 30-year-old right-hander Danny Graves. And he will be facing Pat Burrell, Mike Lieberthal, and Jimmy Rollins. Graves struggled last year. He was 4-15. The 5.33 ERA.
They moved him into the rotation last year after being a closer for so long, and he just needed help in the rotation. He's back now in the bullpen where I think he belongs.
Yeah, it was surprising because he just didn't seem to take to starting. The year before, he saved 32. He saved 32 in 01. In his career, he saved 131 games. Pat Burrell will be the first one to face him. Reds. Burrell has lined out to center, fly to deep left, and grounded into a fielder's choice. 1 ball and no strikes to Burrell. Braves gets this one over, 1-1. Fly ball into shallow left field. Adam Dunn comes on with the shortstop. Castro goes out and makes the play. Dale Maynor instead at shortstop. And here is
Castro's gone to third.
As Mike Lieberthal, who was lined out to left, grounded out and lined out to left. One down here in the ninth inning. Ground ball, third base, fielded there by Castro, and he throws across in plenty of time to get Lieberthal. Phillies down to their last out. Jimmy Rollins is 0 for 3. Here's Jimmy Rollins with 2 outs and no base runners. One ball and no strikes to J-Roll. Graves gets this one over, 1-1.
Not really the start the Phils were looking for. Their first official game at Citizens Bank Park.
Two balls and a strike to Jimmy Rollins. Ground ball, nice diving grab over at second base by Jimenez, and that'll be the ball game. Phillies go down 1-2-3. Danny Graves saves his 4th, and the Cincinnati Reds spoil the Phillies home opener here at Citizens Bank Park. Our Phillies players of the game are Ken Griffey Jr. and pitcher Paul Wilson. Wilson very strong in his 7 1/3 innings of work, and Griffey knocked in a run and also played brilliant center field. They are our Chevrolet players of the game. Abreu in the first inning. Angelo Jimenez with the first run, and Marlon Byrd with the first stolen base. Paul Wilson of Cincinnati gets the first win at Citizens Bank Park. And now let's find out what's coming up on Phillies Post Game Live. Let's go back to our Comcast Sportsnet studios.
Harry, thank you very much. Coming up on Sloan Toyota presents Phillies Post Game Live. John Marzano and myself talking about disappointing 1-6 start now. We really hope we'd have a lot of good things to talk about today. But, John, the offense, again, flat.
Well, it seemed like the offense was as dreary as the weather out there today, you know, and it's been like that in the beginning of the season. They have to start turning it on. They have to start hitting hits in bunches. We call them bananas. Get some hits in bunches. Phillies are going to have to start doing that to get the crowd into the game. And, you know, no offense again for the Phillies.
Well, we'll talk more about the Phillies offense as well as get player reaction on Sloan Toyota presents Phillies Post Game Live. But first, we're going to take a break. Harry Callis will pick it up from there to wrap things up, and then John and I will be back with the show. We'll see you shortly.
The Reds have spoiled the Phillies home opener in 2004, 4-1 Cincinnati. The Reds have 4 runs, 11 hits, no errors, leaving 10. Phillies a run, 6 hits, no errors with 5 left. Paul Wilson wins it. He's 2-0. Randy Wolf took the loss. He is 0-1. Danny Graves his 4th save. Our next telecast will be on Wednesday at 7 o'clock. We'll be on CN8. Bills and the Reds. Vicente Padilla against Jose Acevedo. Back on Comcast Sportsnet Thursday afternoon for the Business Person Special at 1 o'clock. Producer of Phillies Baseball has been John Slobotkin. Jeff Halleckman is the associate producer. Our director has been Ray Tipton. For Larry Anderson and Chris Wheeler, thanks a lot for watching. Harry Callis talking, and stay tuned for Phillies Post Game Live coming up. Bills drop the home opener 4-1 to Cincinnati. We'll talk to you on Wednesday night. Good afternoon, everyone.
Leslie Goodell with you today, and it's supposed to be such a happy day. The home opener for the Phils, the opening of Citizens Bank Park, but unfortunately we don't have a lot of positive to report from what happened on the field. The Phillies lose this game to what is right now the Central Division leading Cincinnati Reds. They fall to 1-6 on the year, and John, you know, we saw a lot of firsts today. We saw the first hit, which is, you know, But the first hit of the vet was Larry Boa. This time it's D'Angelo Jimenez, not exactly something everybody's going to remember. The first home run by Bobby Abreu. However, we also heard the first boo, and unfortunately it was directed right at a Philly.
Well, what do you want to happen is you want the fans to get into the game, especially a new ballpark. You want them to come off the road with a positive. They came off 1-5, strikeout. Here comes the Boo Birds. You know, I mean, this is Philadelphia. They expected this team to come out and win some ball games. They went on the road. They were 1-5. You know, they're not doing the job offensively. And everyone knows if you play here, you play in Philadelphia, you don't do the job, you're going to get booed. And today, we've seen that for the first time. We heard the boos, but I really believe this offense is going to come around. They're going to turn it around. It's just that I believe that they have a lot of pressure on themselves right now. They're trying to go out there and they're trying to do too much, too quick. Relax. Take one at bat at a time. I've been talking about this day in and day out.
Well, the guy who's going to be held accountable for all this is the manager. That's Larry Bowen. Right now, he stepped to the podium to address the media. Let's go over to Citizens Bank Park, hear what he has to say.
A couple balls hard. Abreu hit some balls hard. Lieberthal hit 2 line drives. Just can't fight the elements. When they fall in, they'll fall in. As long as they're catching them, you got to go with the flow and keep battling and scrapping and fighting. That's all you can do.
Were you up and moving Bobby up to third? Just kind of kickstart a little bit?
I talked to all 3 of the guys last night, and they felt that that's where they feel most comfortable, so we'll go with that.
Larry, talk a little about trying to, establish a home field advantage here at the new ballpark with this initial homestand.
Well, the home field advantage is going to be the fans. It's not going to be knowing the elements here, because we don't know them. We don't know what the wind's going to do. Bobby got fooled on a ball today. It looked like it was a home run. It came back. We hit a couple balls to center we thought were out, and then the wind knocked them down. So until we know the elements and everything, the home field advantage will be the crowd.
Is it hard to tell how the ballpark plays?
Yeah, I don't know. You know, when we were here, the 2 exhibition games, it looked like it might be leaning towards the hitters. But watching some balls today, Bobby crushed that first ball. But we hit some balls decent to left, and they didn't do anything. Griffey hit that ball to right pretty good, and it didn't do anything. So I don't really know what it is. It's a hitter's or pitcher's park. I think it's going to be fair. I think if you make a pitch, you should be all right.
Barry, could you compare your emotions today as to what they were when you opened the bet?
Oh, they're different as a player and a manager. I mean, as a player, you're pumped up. As a manager, you just want to, try to get the guys out there and score some runs and win the game. But the crowd was great. The ballpark's great. I mean, they got a great place.
Build up to this stadium and that stadium?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. I think the build-up is much bigger. And obviously, with the people that we acquired during the winter, things like that. When we came in 71, we weren't very good.
Back to the ballpark, center field responsibilities, with that cutout and all that. Can you comment on some of it?
Yeah, there's going to be some tricky plays out there, center field, because the ball, it jets out. The Marlin, I think, on that ball, he ran a long way for that ball, and he almost caught it, but he could feel the wall coming into play, so.
Larry, you talk about the guys taking extra batting practice, extra video and everything. Is there a point, though, where they can start pressing after a while and maybe try?
Well, I'm sure that, they're trying. There's no question about that. I mean, I don't think there's a guy out there that's not trying.
Do you still look at it as being early, or are you getting to the point now where you're starting to get a little concerned? Or?
I think if you have 25 at-bats, that's very early. If you had 200 at-bats, that's late. 25 at-bats, no, not at all.
Can you talk about Ryan Max's performance?
I thought he did great. I thought the kid did a great job. He came in, he kept us right there. I know he was a little nervous. He was nervous his last time out in Florida. He pitched an inning. He's something special, He's a mentally tough kid, and to see him go out there and do what he did today was very impressive.
Larry, is this the worst case scenario from your part? I know so much for the season that you want to get off to a good start, and you're off to a really poor start.
Yeah, I'm not going to sit up here and tell you I want to start off 1-6, but you're dealt the hand, you deal with it, you play it. We got some guys that can play. They're going to hit. That's all I can tell you. If I knew the date, I'd be a genius. I keep coming out every day thinking we're going to hit, and it hasn't happened yet. It will. It'll happen.
Larry, did you hear some of the boos at the end? Did you hope that didn't happen on the first day of the new park?
You know what? You can't get on the fans, man. The fans are just, the fans are great here. They can boo. They can do whatever they want. I'm never going to get on these fans. They can boo me. They can boo Schmitty. They come out. They're passionate. They're frustrated. They want to see a winner. And we're not playing the way we should be right now. It's not. Don't get the fans involved in this.
Larry had some base running issues last season, and then Wolfie's situation today.
Wolf thought the ball went through, and then he got caught at no man's land. So, what was the issues last year?
Some base running issues last year. The guys taken off, or maybe they shouldn't have, or some problems there. And I'm just curious if maybe that was.
I don't understand the question about last year. I mean, when you play 162 games, you're going to see a lot of base runners getting thrown out. You're going to see guys going from first to third that get thrown out. So that wasn't an issue with us last year. That wasn't an issue with us last year.
Randy,
we don't have a lot of speed, but that's not an issue with us.
Randy could.
Well, I've seen Randy throw better. I've seen him throw worse. You know, he left some pitches out over the plate and they hit him.
And is there improvement there you see at all in spring training? I mean, you see progress with him?
With who?
Randy.
I thought Randy did all right spring training. I didn't think he had a bad spring. Like I said before, you guys haven't been with us the whole trip. It's very difficult to pitch every day knowing that you don't have any runs up there and you can't make a mistake. It's very difficult playing the infield knowing if you make an error, you can't make a mistake. Every move you make is magnified because you don't score runs. So it's just a continuous filter down effect. It affects everybody when you don't score runs. If we scored 6 or 7 runs today, nobody says anything about Randy Wolf thinking the ball went through and he gets thrown out. But we scored 1 run, so now we'll make an issue. That's just the way the game is, and that's the way it'll always be. That's baseball.
What makes you think you're consistently going to score runs when this is...
Well, I'm not going to say... We're not going to score 1 a game like we've been scoring. Our pitching's been good. You know.
But you did have a lot of streaks last year where you scored 3 or less.
That's the way it goes. You get good pitching against you.
Is tomorrow a welcome day off for the guys, do you think?
You know, I don't know. I think guys want to start playing, you know. I'm sure there's a few guys tired from getting in late last night and early game today, but they'll be back out here on Wednesday.
Is there anything, too, like the excitement sort of at the start of the season when you're on the road, the start of the new...
Yeah, you know, I think, you know, you get in...
To start playing?
Yeah, you get into a routine, and then, like coming in today, I mean, the guys were all excited, there's no question about that, but baseball guys are, they like to get routines, you know, where you hit at 4 o'clock or 4:30, and you take infield, and you get ready for the game, and so we'll get into that routine now.
Tomei struck out quite a bit last year, and he looked really focused at the plate today. How did you feel in the 8th inning when Crawford rang him off on an outside pitch?
I always feel good when Tomei's up. I feel good when the middle of our lineup's up. I think they're going to hit every time they come up. Okay. All right.
Well, they're always looking for answers when you start the season 1-6, and right now that's what they're doing. Larry Bow. You saw him moving back and forth. I mean, for a guy, how hard is it for him to